Good afternoon, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So we've already had New Year's here in Australia, and it's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. So I know a lot of people from the United States will be celebrating New Year's. So I'm going to look at this issue that's come up recently, which is Wes Huff. And so I did a video, The Elephant in the Room, where I talked about how many of the apologists in the United States have been trained to support the critical text. Now, one of the things that I was pointing out is many of these people will accurately defend certain aspects of Christianity, the Trinity, the deity of Christ, and things like that. But when you look at the Westcott and Hort text, many people don't realize that these people who, while they've got this Orthodox veneer, and I'm not saying, that some of these people aren't saved. Now, I think some of them are unsaved, but I think some of them are saved, but they're just wrong. And so, say, for example, this morning, there was a friend of mine who I've gone street preaching with quite a lot, and he has a popular program with about 100,000 subscribers. And he was just doing question and answer. And so I asked him, I said, well, because he was boldly saying the Bible has never changed. And I said, well, okay, well, how come in the last 400 years, the difference between the Textus Receptus and the Nestle Alarm text, there's about 2,900 less Greek words. There's about 8,000 changes. So why is that? And he just straight away jumped to a King James position instead of it Greek Textus Receptus and talking about those issues, which I don't think he really was or is qualified to talk about those issues. And when I say qualified, I don't mean a doctorate or anything like that. I mean just putting in the hours and working these issues out. But he said the King James Bible is based upon 6 to 8 manuscripts. And I was just like, that is one of the worst answers I've ever heard. But I've heard apologists say that. I've heard people like Dan Wallace say this type of thing. So people around the world parrot what's getting said. And so I just questioned this guy and said, well, so 2,900 less words and 8,000 changes in the Greek. And I was putting the Greek in caps. That's not an issue. And so he doesn't know how to answer that. I mean, even Stephanus in his 1550 has an apparatus showing where at least 15 manuscripts have differences. So that's 15 just with him, let alone all the work of Erasmus, let alone Collinnaeus, let alone the Wolf edition, let alone the Complutensian Polyglot guys, and we're not even up to Beza or the King James yet, So it's just one of these things that people like to parrot, but it's just simply not true. Now, what's happened in the last few weeks has been quite remarkable, and I'm watching this going, wow, that moved quickly. So Wes Huff got on his channel, and he thanked everyone for having 100,000 subscribers, and I was like, oh, well, mate, he's done hard work, good on him, even though I disagree with his critical text position. I'm like, wow, he's getting famous. That's all great. We all want to do that, And so I'm not coming at this from a perspective of jealousy and I just want to tear the guy down. I think he actually says a lot of good stuff. He's one of the only apologists. Well, now people are parroting this, but he's one of the only apologists to really come out and say Easter is not a pagan festival, where James White in his book, The King James Only Controversy, says Easter is a pagan festival. So it's quite amazing the differences between these guys. All you have to do is give them like 5 or 10 years. And some of these guys are adopting King James Textus Receptus argumentation, but just tweaking it, and then they adopt it as their own. And so, I've been saying Easter is not a pagan thing for, since 2005. Will Kenny's been saying that. Scott Jones since at least 2001. So it's the homework's all been there. It just takes someone to grab it, gut it, make it palatable for their thing, and then they spread that. And so then they're popularizing that thing. But what they're not doing is promoting the same biblical text. And so we're going to talk about that. Now, so Wes Huff, he's in the middle of showing people where he's got 100,000 subscribers. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. And if you look at his subscriber count now, it's over 200,000. So he's gotten another 100,000 just in the last week. So this is quite a phenomenon. And then all of a sudden, Joe Rogan's like come on the program. So what you got to understand is, Joe Rogan isn't like, I know some people don't gel on these type of podcasts, but let me just explain what Joe Rogan is and the importance of Joe Rogan. So Joe Rogan, he's an MMA fighter. He is really good. He's a beast. He's into fitness. He's into doing different things. So he's the sort of guy who, he'll go and pump weights and all the rest of it, but then he might microdose mushrooms. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, that's different. He's just, dabbling into different things. He'll go on all sorts of different diets. He'll try the meat carnivore diet and tell everyone what happened to him. He'll interview Donald Trump. Then he interviews people like, Carson. And so Billy Carson, he was on Joe Rogan like 6 months ago. So he'll interview someone like him who's, if you don't know who Billy Carson is, Billy Carson's one of those guys who's like, oh, the Bible's just filled with mistakes, filled with errors and all this type of thing. And I understand why people say that, because if you adopt a critical text position, you will come to that perspective. And I don't know how people get around that. But what apologists are trained to do is sort of like damage control. It's like, look, we know we've got a Bible with lots of mistakes, historical errors, geographical errors, genealogical errors. We've got all these errors in our critical text. The Textus Receptus doesn't have those errors, but our one does. And they're probably in the original. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and the rest, when they were penning it, they wrote these mistakes. So we've got to work out an apologetic for that. Okay, so that seems to be what's happening in this arena. And so while I've got my thumbs up and I'm actually, supporting, Wes Huff, going, hey, that's great. You're bringing up a whole bunch of issues, things that I agree with, things that I might say a little bit different, or some things I don't even know. He studied, in all different areas. It's like, cool, he's on the Joe Rogan podcast. That's gonna, like, even some of my closest friends listen to Joe Rogan every program. So they'll talk to me and say, well, parroting Billy Carson material. And then now all of a sudden they're going to be like, wow, I listened to this guy and he talked about the Bible in this way. But what we're going to see, and this is why I'm doing this chat, is what's happened with many ministries in the past. So we see things like Answers in Genesis, like being a fellow Australian, Ken Ham's Australian. I've seen him rise up from, just doing his magazine ministry here in Australia. Other people like Jonathan Safadi, have become famous apologists for the creation science ministries. So the whole concept of young earth creationism has exploded, from here in Australia. And we're like, yes, we want that. But then what we watch is when it comes to bibliology, they turn around and they go, hey, go to James White. And that's our main beef. We're like, no, don't go there. And so I guess it's sort of like watching people, they've got a lot of things going for them. They've got a lot of right things, but then what their answer is in a certain area is just completely wrong. And so, so I guess what happens is then that muddies the water. So someone like Joe Rogan, he's the most popular podcast on Spotify. So even Neil Young basically came out, I think it was a year ago. Neil Young came out and said, let's boycott Spotify. We don't want Joe Rogan there. And no one listened. That he was sort of expecting people to drop Joe Rogan. But what happened is people were like, man, he's actually way more popular than people give credit for. And so I enjoy every now and then listening to Joe Rogan. One of the things that is interesting is things that I sort of learned like 10 years ago or 20 years ago about, certain what you would label conspiracies, MK Ultra and all that sort of stuff. I mean, that was known in the 90s, but he would do a whole program on it. And it's sort of, I guess, for people who have never been of the mindset to study every conspiracy on the planet, that seems like new information. It seems like something fresh, and they're like, wow, that's amazing. So, I've got people coming up to me going, have you ever heard of MK Ultra? And they're teaching me about it. And I'm like, yeah, well, I sort of did a dive into that in the 90s. You know what I mean? But that's cool. He's bringing out material. He's talking about things that you can't say on the internet. You know, interviewing people like Kennedy, who's coming against the vaccines and things like that. So it's an interesting time in history to have someone like this be the number one guy. A lot of people enjoy that, like someone like Tucker Carlson bringing out information. Now, do they go far enough? You know, in some areas, no. In some areas, man, that they are just exposing things, and we're all like, yeah, that needs to be said. So while I'm very glad that Wes Huff is on the program, I think it's a positive move. Ultimately, what he says about Jesus, archaeology, history, yes. But what he says about the manuscripts and the Bible version issue is wrong. It's just going to be wrong. And what he is saying is not that far detached from someone like Bart Ehrman. Now, I know Bart Ehrman says a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not saying that they're exactly the same and they're saying the same thing. What I'm saying is they basically revolve around the same text. So it's a bit like having an old earth creationist, someone who believes God created everything. They might be a theistic evolutionist. They believe in evolution, but they're an old earther, but they're a Christian. And you might get someone like that who believes in God, but the other times you get atheists who don't believe in God and they believe in evolution. And so it's sort of like they're both wrong, but they're both actually sort of in the same camp. But one just says, well, I believe, and the other one says, I don't believe. So what we have is someone like Bart Ehrman. He knows his stuff when it comes to the Bible, when it comes to the critical text, when it comes to manuscript evidence, Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, etc. But he processes that as don't believe. There is no God. Okay, where him and Wes Huff basically are revolving around the same text, the critical text. So people who are Textus Receptus advocates, we don't go with the critical text. The critical text primarily was designed and made by Westcott and Hort, which was basically the process of getting Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, and a small handful of others, mashing them together to create what we label as the Frankenstein text. And they mash these together to create a never-seen-before Greek text, which has thousands of less words than the one used in the Reformation. It has about 8,000 changes in it. So when sometimes you're going to look up a verse, and when we're talking about versions, we're just talking about something that mirrors their text. Okay, so the King James basically is just a mirror of the Textus Receptus. Okay, now when we look at, say, the ESV, the NIV, NASB, that's just sort of like a mirror of the text, the Greek text. So sometimes when I talk about King James or the NIV, I'm just basically bringing that into the English sphere. But when we're talking about the Greek text, so a lot of people, they don't understand, the manuscripts and things like that behind these texts. So I'm trying to simplify it by saying, well, the King James has this and the NIV has this. They're reflective of the underlying text that they have. So what we see is a lot of changes. So the King James was made 400 years ago. Many people still read it today. There have been some update attempts. People aren't generally happy. Some people are happy with them, but when you look at those who are sticklers for every little point and every word meaning exactly the same thing, some people aren't happy with the New King James and the KJV 2000 or Jay Green's Modern King James and these type of things. But I would still, I'm a Textus Receptus person. I've worked on the KJV 2023 edition. So this is what I've worked on, formerly known as the KJV 2016 edition. That's only the New Testament at the moment. But I would say, look, the lowest I would go is, say, New King James. Now, I know Answers in Genesis used to just use the New King James, but now they seem to, they'll quote the ESV or the NIV. And to me, the danger is before 1881, the text was the Textus Receptus. Okay. Now, 1881 comes around, Westcott and Hort, with a Unitarian, George Van Smith, who didn't believe in the deity of Christ. He's not a Trinitarian. he worked on the text as well. And he actually wrote a book about how doctrines have been changed in the critical text. And so what we see is this critical text has been the foundation for all the editions that have come out after that. Now, I know some people don't like that association. You'll get someone like the Tyndale House New Testament. They say, oh, we avoid Westcott and Hort. We go all the way back to Tregelles. Well, pretty much you're sort of looking at the same horse with a different rider. You might have a few places here and there that are the same as the Textus Receptus, but mostly they agree with each other in a sense. So Westcott and Hort text, Tregelles' text, those texts of that era, they were trying to follow Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, and they were trying to merge many of these readings. So that's what happened with Nestle. Okay, so I'll just give you a quick overview of just what happened with the critical text. So you had the Textus Receptus. The Bible societies used to use the Textus Receptus. So every Bible version in every language that was done through the Bible societies, the British and foreign Bible societies, they were all Textus Receptus Bibles. If you got a Bible in Urdu, or you got a Bible in Spanish, or you got a Bible in French, they were based upon the Textus Receptus. So they were like the King James in another language. So I'm happy with that. Most King James TR people are very happy with that. And so, but what happened in 1881, there were so many Unitarians. Unitarians are like Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't believe in the Trinity. They don't believe in the deity of Christ. They said, we're tired of these Trinitarians talking about Jehovah, talking about Jesus being the Son of God, Jehovah the Son, talking about Jesus being deity, talking about the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit being one, and all this. So they actually started attacking the Trinitarians in 1881 in the Bible societies, and it came to a head at a conference where some of the Trinitarians who got up and spoke were booed when they prayed in the name of the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, and things like that. And so what happened after that year, after 1831, I should say, instead of 1831, the Trinitarian Bible Society was formed. So why would they have to have Trinitarian Bible Society? Because the Bible societies at that time in England had so many Unitarians that it sort of became the Unitarian Bible Society. So that's why you see so many verses in these new versions that mirror the underlying Greek text, cut out the deity of Christ, where instead of God was manifest in the flesh, it has he appeared in a body. Instead of there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one, that's just simply deleted. We see many of these Trinitarian verses, the deity of Christ verses, taken away from the modern Bibles. So what happened in 1881? So 50 years after this, after the Unitarians sort of overtook the Bible Society, we see Westcott and Hort working with a Unitarian, George Van Smith, and a group of others. And even the Church of England were like, how come you're hanging around this Unitarian? And they actually had communion with this guy. They went to the Church of England, had communion. There was a huge uproar, and they said, look, we want you to get rid of this guy. And Westcott and Hort said, if you get rid of him, you have to get rid of us too. And so they had a lot of sway, a lot of power. So it sort of was a stalemate. But who was Westcott and Hort? Why are they hanging around this Unitarian? Why did this Unitarian write a book saying doctrines are changed? So something happened in 1881. Now, since 1881, you had a guy called Nestle. Now, today you can go and buy the Nestle Alarm 28th edition. Okay. Now, Nestle, basically what he did is he got the Westcott and Hort text, he got the Wiest text, and he got the Tischendorf text. Now, he amalgamated these three together. Where they were different, he put a little note down the bottom. So that was the first edition of the Nestle Alarm. Now, it's gone through a whole heap of editions. Like in their 13th edition, in their footnotes, they had the differences between, or some of the footnotes of Codex D, Codex Beza. And so then when you get to the era around the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, you have an amalgamation with the Nestle Aland guy. So Aland is Kurt Aland. Okay, he was a liberal guy. And you have people like Bruce Metzger working on the text. Bruce Metzger taught Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman was Bruce Metzger's final student. And so you sometimes think, well, Bart Ehrman departed from the faith. When you look at what Bruce Metzger taught, he was heretical. He said that the original penman of the New Testament made mistakes. Instead of saying Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, these two manuscripts have errors in them, he said the originals have mistakes in them, which is ridiculous. It's blasphemy. And so anyway, he doesn't believe in the inspiration of the words of God. He doesn't believe in the preservation of the words of God. So they just treat it like any other book. And so what we see is a Roman Catholic cardinal, or he was a Jesuit, called Carlo Martini. He became one of the main players in reconstructing this text. So what Bruce Metzger said was that they sort of dismissed all the other Nestle editions that came before, and they went back to the Westcott and Hort text, and they started again, and they started adding and subtracting according to what they saw fit. So they would have used the Nestle information, but they would have used other manuscripts and things like that. And then they've come out with their, I think it was their like 23rd edition or something like that. Now it's gone through time. Now the 28th edition came out, I think it was in 2013. They're looking at a 29th edition coming out pretty soon. And so, but this is all these Greek texts have the foundation of the Westcott and Hort text. So it's like a branch coming out of the Westcott and Hort era. And so we see most Bibles are based upon this. And what we see is, while we look at this picture here, we got Stephen Boyce, James White, Dan Wallace. Most of these guys would, if you argued against Unitarianism, if you argued against the deity of Christ or against the Trinity, things like that, or if you argue for Unitarianism, these guys would probably do a very adequate job at defending the Trinity. They would do an adequate job at defending Christianity. But when it comes to the text, these guys are just defending something that is a blight on Christianity. They're defending something that has caused multiple people to become atheists. They are basically saying similar things to Bart Ehrman. I'm not saying on every issue, because obviously Bart Ehrman goes off into different areas. But when it comes to bibliology, they're basically saying the same thing, but just going, well, I know that should cause you not to believe, but hey, have faith in God anyway. Trust Jesus, sort of thing. Where this is not the way that we think bibliology should be done. We shouldn't be putting two manuscripts, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, which were not copied, which were not translated. They are basically aberrations in the textual field. We shouldn't be following them and ignoring everything else. So we're going to be looking at the last 12 verses of Mark, okay? So let me I'll give you a spoiler. The last 12 verses of Mark, two manuscripts don't have those verses, okay? They don't have the last 12 verses. 1,637 manuscripts do have them. And up until probably about 50 years ago, no one even knew that these two manuscripts that weren't even used or anything, they were just sort of aberrations in the textual world, but they've become very popular, among historians and people looking at this type of thing. But in the Bible world, most people have been reading like a King James type of thing. But then you'll find the New King James comes along with a footnote saying, well, these 12 verses aren't in the oldest and best, they call them, okay? And then you'll get, the NASB and then the ESV and a whole bunch of other Bibles come along, pretty much saying the same thing. But they've still got this reading in there. But in the Nestle Alarm Greek text, they're double bracketed. When you've got double brackets, it means they are absolutely 100% certain that these words should not be there, okay? So these guys in this picture, see, the interesting thing is someone like Stephen Boyce will come along and he's like, no, last 12 verses of Mark shouldn't be there, blah, blah, blah. But then he'll go, well, I'm not really sure, after he's talked to someone like Maurice Robinson. James White, definitely, he actually says the readings are Gnostic. So you're walking around with your ESV and it's got 12 Gnostic verses in there, written by Gnostics. How's that? And so that's what James White says. Dan Wallace definitely doesn't want those verses in there, and he's actually saying, why don't book publishers just get rid of these verses? Why do they keep putting them in there? It's only just because there's so much backlash. People will just lose their mind over this, and so they should just get rid of them. Just put up with the criticism. Peter Gurry, he's like, well, these verses are apocryphal. So you're walking around with the ESV, and it's like, yeah, those 12 verses at the end of Mark are a part of the Apocrypha, or they're apocryphal, And so imagine, like, some of these Catholic Bibles have 3 extra chapters to the Book of Daniel. Like, you wouldn't want that in your Bible. And so, he's saying you got the last 12 verses of Mark are apocryphal. Mark Ward, he usually doesn't go into the textual realm, but he thinks these verses shouldn't be there. He said that in the Textual Confidence Collective. I can't remember this guy's name, but he is part of Apologia, Jeff Durbin. And the first book he ever read was this, James White, the King James Only Controversy. Okay, first book he ever read. So him and James White are basically in the same apologetic sphere, and he basically parrots whatever James White says about textual issues. The same with Michael Brown. He's pretty much on par with James White with talking about these things. And then you've got John MacArthur. He's promoting the LSB. Then you've got Jonathan Burris, and so Jonathan Burris would basically be in agreement with Mark Ward and James White. And then you've got people, popular apologists. I mean, some of these apologists are very popular. Someone like, what's his name? Mike Winger. I see him live, and it's like, man, he's got 500 people watching him, and he's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So what these guys are all saying about 12 verses at the end of Mark is wrong. Okay, and it can be easily proven that it's wrong. But unfortunately, that's just their narrative. And when you get people starting to think about this, like say Stephen Boyce, he's like, well, maybe it's genuine, maybe it's not, and he might advocate for a certain verse here and there. But the thing is, then it just comes down to you making up the Bible as you go. And that's what we see with some of the majority text advocates. They're like, well, yeah, we accept the last 12 verses of Mark. We accept a woman caught in adultery, which is another 12 verses that these guys want to delete. But then they're like, well, but this other reading here and this other reading there, we delete them. So who's got the Bible? So that's where we believe we have an accurate apologetic from the Textus Receptus position, that in the Reformation, they nailed it. They went from one technology to another. They went from manuscript evidence to printed texts. And it took a little bit of time. It took about 100 years for them to get everything all ironed out. But when it came to the era of Theodore Beza, the King James translators, these guys nailed it. And that's why we go with that text, because it was nailed. Where what's brought out now is, oh, well, what about Vaticanus? People didn't really know much about it. And so we're re-looking into it, and we've discovered that these 12 verses aren't there. Look, there's a picture of it right there. Oh, actually, that's Sinaiticus, I'm pretty sure. Or is it Vaticanus? Sinaiticus have the 4 columns? No, I'm pretty sure that's Sinaiticus. And so, yeah, Vaticanus, I think, has the 4 columns. But so when we look at it, it's like, oh, see, there you go. And that's the oldest text. And so case closed. And it's only 2 manuscripts that don't have these 12 verses. So it's quite incredible when you look into it, the issues that are against these people. So what we see is MythVision have done a video, He Lied to You. So they're going to talk about the last 12 verses of Mark. So that's why I'm doing this video, to show you that pretty much everyone you see in this picture is wrong. And I'm not even going to use evidence from a King James TR perspective. I'm going to use evidence from someone like James Snap Jr. Why do I do that? Well, see, James Snap Jr. is like a neutral voice. Now, I'm not saying he's neutral. He's got a barrow to push as well. But when it comes to this issue, he is, well, except for James White, who who says majority text people are King James people, which is ridiculous. But the 5 categories of King James onlyists in this book are just designed to slander people and to stop healthy debate on this issue. But what we see is this issue, when you look at James White and his categorizations of majority text people, James Snap Jr., he's more of a majority text guy, Byzantine guy, and he's got a little bit of a nuance there. Now, I don't follow his conclusions on everything, like Maurice Robinson or anyone in the majority text movement, but they advocate for these verses. And so that's why I point to them. I'm not pointing to them to popularize them or to say, well, I agree with them on everything. I'm pointing to them basically saying, well, you won't listen to me. If you're a critical text guy, you are trained to be poison in your mind that I'm a King James onlyist. King James only is a scarecrow term designed to scare people away. So I start sprouting information about manuscripts and about history, and people just go King James only, and that's supposed to stop the chat. It's like, oh, you're a flat earther. It's like, oh, okay. I didn't know I couldn't talk about scientific things. I'm not a flat earther, by the way. But these are just scarecrow terms, just to put a label on you so that people won't listen to you. And so even like with Peter Gurry, I remember chatting with Peter Gurry one time, and I said, look, you're straining out a gnat and you're swallowing a camel. And he said, well, even that verse is wrong. It should be straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel. Scrivener got this right in his 1873 Cambridge Paragraph Bible, blah, blah, blah. And he started talking about this. So what I did, I sort of knew, I've been through this so many times. So what I did is I posted in the thread some of James Snap's material on the concept of straining at a gnat and swallowing a camel, because he agrees with me on this. And so I put some verses there, and I was talking about the Greek, and Peter Gurry's like, you don't know what you're talking about. No, that's just rubbish. All you're saying is stupid. He wasn't saying it in those words, but pretty much that's what he was getting at. And I was like, no, this is true. And I was just sort of drip feeding him things from James Snap's article, because I knew at the end what was going to happen. And so sure enough, James Snap turned up and said, hey, Peter Gurry, what Nick said in this thread is all true. And Peter Gurry's like, oh, okay, James, I didn't realize. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, okay. And then just sort of, drifted off into the horizon. Didn't really apologize or anything. But why wouldn't he listen to me say it? Because I've got a label. Because they label us. They're slandering us. It's like saying someone's a racist. Oh, you're a racist. Oh, you don't listen to those people. They're neo-Nazis. Or, they hate these type of people, or they're obnoxious. And so I'll actually get you. This is an interesting thing. I got sent this probably only just like an hour ago. And I'll show you. Where are we? I'll open it up in Facebook. Might be the easiest thing to do. So let's have a look at this. Someone said on Mark Ward's recent false friend video of hell, his final video apparently, said, thanks for your work in helping us understand our KJVs. I just wish you would accept a conversation invite from trick players. Now, why is he called me trick players instead of Nick Sayers? Well, Mark Ward did this in his video. He's like, he doesn't want to acknowledge I exist because I have some very good arguments against his position. So he doesn't want to popularize what I'm saying, or else people start going to my videos and going, hey, yeah, what Mark Ward said there is wrong. All the facts point to Mark being wrong there. Is Mark going to apologize? They'll start doing that. And so he doesn't want that sort of thing. So he's like trick play. Notice it's trick players, like you're deceptive, like you're a card player trying to trick people, But anyway, beside that, Mark Ward said, I believe Jesus told me not to in the scripture. So he told me I hated him. He said, Nick says, hate. Why do you hate me so much? He said that in the video. And I'm like, what do you mean I hate you? Just because I have a different opinion and just because I point out where I think you're inconsistent doesn't mean I hate you. I mean, that's ridiculous. But, anyway, he's basically saying the scriptures have told Mark Ward not to have a conversation with me. Okay, so that's amazing because he can have a conversation with other people. And what he does is passive aggressive. He'll get someone like Dan Hafel and go, "You're the only person I can talk to who really will just sit down and listen and understand my point of view." And it's like, no, that's passive aggressive. What he's saying is, pretty much the reverse side of that is everyone else is a toxic jerk. Everyone else in the Textus Receptus King James movement is a toxic jerk. You're the only one I can find that's not. That's what he's saying. And so if you slowly go through Mark's videos, you find he's just poisoning the well constantly and basically saying that people like me are Ruckmanites. So it's a slanderous term. So anyway, that's why he doesn't want people to go to my channel. That's why he doesn't want people to that's why he doesn't want to talk to me, because he knows I'll bring up these issues and say, why are you saying this? Why are you doing this? But he sees that as toxic behavior, and I'm a King James only Ruckmanite, he'll label me as, when if you read the categorizations of King James only in this book, if you just read the King James daily, you're a King James onlyist. So TurretinFan would be a King James onlyist. I've debated him on the King James issue. James Snap Jr., Maurice Robinson, they would all be King James onlyists. People who are Textus Receptus people and don't like the King James are King James onlyists. That's the third category. So you start to realize that pretty much everyone who's not a critical text person is in a cult. Now, doesn't that seem like propaganda? James White has worded his book in such a way that you are in a cult if you're not a critical text person. If you're a majority text, if you're TR, you're a King James onlyist. You're in a cult. So he's just demonized everyone, and then he writes his book. So that's the first thing that he does. He has the 5 categories of King James onlyist. So anyway, Cloud says, does that mean you don't consider him a saved brother that you should engage with? Or what scripture are you referencing? Because he said, Jesus told him in scripture not to even talk to me. It's quite amazing. And then Mark says, I have no reason to believe he's unsaved. I'd prefer to not to say anymore. I'm done with this debate in just a few hours. So he doesn't answer the question. It's like he just writes me off as just, no, the Bible says not to talk to this person. Well, how come, Wes Huff can have a debate, with Carson? Like, people are debating it. You can talk to Bart Ehrman and all this stuff. James White and Dan Wallace can do this. But he can't even talk to me. I'll have a debate with him. He can come on this program. I'll debate him any day of the week. But, he doesn't want to do that. He's quitting his King James only crusade, where he said, I'm an apologist for these people. I'm an apostle, he even said, to the King James onlyists. That's his role in the church, apparently. But now he's just dropping that. I mean, how many people would go to China, go for like a year, and then go, no, that's it, or however many years he's been making videos. Yeah, that's it. They're not listening. But then apparently he's like, lots of people are listening. So if it was working, why wouldn't you keep doing it? Why would you be a missionary? Or the Latin word missio is the translation of apostle in the New Testament. So it's where we get our modern word missionary from. Why would you be a missionary to a group of people and you're seeing things happen and then just pull back and go, no, the other people aren't listening, so that's it? It's like, so he's given up on us. We're like reprobates, I guess. So anyway, I just thought I'd show you that. It's quite interesting how these people view us. We've got the pox, where we have the pox. We are like people saying, hey, don't get that juice shoved in your arm, and just be careful. Think about it. But these people are like, no, it's safe. Jump on in. The water's fine. Jump on into these new Bibles. Jump on into the critical text position. It's fine. They're saying this. So we're just a voice in the wilderness saying, hey guys, think about this. They're saying the Bible's changed in the last 400 years. The Bible has changed so much that there's 2,900 less Greek words. Not even talking about King James or anything. Greek words, 8,000 changes from the Greek text that was published in the Reformation period. There's so many changes, so many deletions. You just got to question this. You just got to You don't just drink the Kool-Aid. Don't just go, well, these guys are popular, so they must be right. Okay, so I might just jump into some of these comments. Got a few people saying Happy New Year. Docky in the Straightway. Bold as a Lion's in the house. Jorge Espinosa. That's a very interesting name there. King James is easier to read and elegant. What I love about the English Bibles is more easy find the old versions. In Spanish, the Textus Receptus Bibles are quite difficult to find. Yes. Nick, have you ever considered the interest of Westcott? In the Book of Mormon could be an influence during that time. The Book of Mormon through modalism. Okay, that's interesting. And it says in Mexico is possible find with the Apocrypha and Catholic Bibles in the Protestant bookstores. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can get the ESV with Apocrypha, the Catholic edition now, you know, sort of thing. Helg, what is 2005 like so far? So people are just chatting about the New Year's. For those reasons, I never entered to study a seminar. Most of the seminars in my country promote the critical text. Yeah, and unfortunately, that's all of these people in this picture promote the critical text. They will debate from the critical text position, and that's what Bart Ehrman does as well. So, Shall Stand Forever says, in other words, the evidence isn't on their side, yet they speak with such confidence, arrogance in brackets, even though it's difficult to really believe that they're actually that confident. Yeah, and this is one of the things in life. I've realized some people speak with confidence. And some people who I've exposed, you know, I'll go through their videos and things, and I think, man, this person is so wrong here. But they just speak with absolute confidence. Now, this is the way it is. But then you realize they sort of do that through their whole ministry. This is just what they do. They're sort of trained. You know, a lot of these pastors will have that, you know, how to win friends, influence people type of thing. They develop a persona where what they're saying sounds like what they're saying with such confidence. They must know their stuff. But when you know, when you've done a deep dive into whatever topic it is, and you hear someone saying something with such confidence, yeah, absolutely, it sounds like arrogance, because you realize that they don't know that much about it. And when people start to know about it, then what can they say when the facts are stacked against them? When you consider the evidence against them, yeah, that's a good point. So I won't go through all of these comments, but I do appreciate them. The problem with most apologists, both evangelical and others, is that they really don't care so much about the text and version issue. They all too often do sloppy comments about it. Well, that's what I was thinking. Like this morning when I contacted my friend, you know, who was online, and he had about 500 people watching him. And I said, look, you know, because he said the Greek text has not changed. He's talking to a Muslim guy. I'm like, no, the Greek text has changed. If you say the Westcott and Hort's no different to the Textus Receptus, you're lying. But he just said no. And then he just went on to talk about the English, even the King James has changed, and just went on all these like rabbit trails. And it's like, well, just admit it. Just say, no, our text that we promote is different. See, Mark Ward's like, there's no difference whatsoever. That's just a lie. But people parrot these apologists. These apologists are trained to lie about this issue because it's embarrassing to them if they stand in front of a Jehovah's Witness or a Catholic or a Muslim or an atheist, and they offer an apologetic. They have to say, yeah, in the last 400 years, specifically the last 150 years, we've changed the Bible, and it's got 8,000 changes. It's got 2,900 less words in the Greek text. They have to say that. But they don't come out and say that. Where I do come out and say that because I'm exposing that it's a fake Greek text. It's not the true Greek text. The true Greek text is what the Reformers used. It's the true Greek text underlies the King James Version, underlies the Textus Receptus versions. The Bible societies used to use this, but when the Unitarians took over, then you've got all these strange readings come out. When Westcott and Hort, any Unitarian, did their text, then all these strange, weird readings. Then you've got people like Carlo Martini, Bruce Metzger, Kurt Aland working on the text. And so these guys, they're just trained to promote this text. It's like, this is what we're promoting. They're like, oh, okay. And they just parrot each other. And that's why half the time I'm saying to Mark Ward, think for yourself. Don't just parrot this guy. it's ridiculous. Anyway, Helg says text inversion is not a priority for them. Therefore, it's easy to just take something they have heard at face value and not research further. Yeah, where for the advocate for the Textus Receptus and King James, because their ideas have become popular, we're on the back foot going, well, okay, well, we've got to offer our scholarship in this arena. And so many times all they have to do is just slander us, just, oh, you're a King James onlyist, you're a Ruckmanite, you follow Ripplinger, and I was thinking, this guy this morning that said the Textus or the King James is only based on 6 to 8 manuscripts. If a King James only, TR only person had a live audience of 500 people and said something ridiculous, they would be all over it, do little meme videos on it and all the rest of it. But people who follow these critical text guys, they parrot this sort of stuff. It's so obviously wrong. I mean, it's like 1 + 1 = 94.7. It's like, no, that's really wrong, And but most people aren't pulling them over the coals and saying, hey, you said the wrong thing. When does it get to the point where someone is saying something so wrong for so long that people go, well, their scholarship needs to be questioned? Okay, but anyway, we're going to get through. We're going to get through some of this now. I know I started looking at the comments, but they are growing, and we got lots and lots of comments. So I might just have to sort of leave it there for the moment because I don't want to bore the audience who have tuned in to see what we're going to say about this issue. So let's jump on to, say, the popularity of Wes Huff. Okay, so here is the Apologia program.
And so we've been together before.
So sorry about that, guys. I just realized that my sound was off. So we'll just start from here. So where he's introducing Wes Huff. So
have been saved from the churches that have been raised up, going to the abortion mill. And as of right now, it is stunning how the Lord is blessing with these bills of equal protection going in across the country. But we need your support. So endabortionnow.com, go there to donate. Help us to get to our budget goal, again, as we always say, so we can end this injustice, wash our hands of it, and walk away from it. And help us to be a part of that next year, 2025. And let's get right to it, shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay, so we, as we said, are doing the show today with Wes Huff. And so Wes is joining us right now from Toronto, Canada. Wes, welcome to Apologia Radio, eh?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Wes and I spoke last week when I asked him to come on the show today, and he reminded me that we spoke together in Canada, at the Ezra Institute's thing. And you spoke in the morning, I spoke in the afternoon, I think. Is that right?
Other way around. I spoke in the morning, you spoke in the afternoon. Yeah, I think you said that right.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, good. And so we've been together before, live and in person. And man, Wes, so grateful for. I mean, I obviously know who you are, and I've seen your stuff. And then I saw you with Billy Carson, and then I just went into a deep dive into some of your other stuff, and it's such a blessing. Even in particular, perfect. You need to see this. Don't leave the show now, but definitely do this. Go check out Wes's stuff on Christmas. And dude, better than I have to say this. Sorry, Wes, you're in the room. You're in the room, and I'm praising you right now. You're in the room, and I'm praising you right now.
Third person,
dude. The without hands down, without question, the best stuff I've ever seen. Right. Debunking the pagan Christmas
myths,
stuff.
Yeah,
myths of it's fantastic.
I gotta watch it.
And the way that Wes approached it was great. Anyways,
so it'll be interesting. I know that some of these guys have adopted the concept that Easter is not pagan, which is pretty much, if you remember back 20 years ago, it was us TR people who were basically, every critical text person was like, Easter is a pagan festival, you fools. Easter's pagan. And that's what James White says here. And they were just parroting this, and now it's come full circle where I think some people have realized actually they've got a good argument, so they've sort of gutted it and they've adopted it, and they're like, oh, Easter's not pagan, but they don't promote the King James that has the word Easter in it, so but that's an interesting thing.
Wes, welcome to the show.
I'm really glad to be here. I've been watching you guys for years, and like you said, we've passed each other like ships in the night on various occasions, and kind of exist in a lot of the same circles.
Yeah.
With Dr. Joe and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's just excited to be here.
Yeah, man.
So when they're saying they exist in the same circles, this is what I'm talking about. Like, great, people are getting cult information out there. People are getting information about the Trinity. People are getting information about Jesus and the reliability of the historical, places in the Bible and things like that. But when it comes to bibliology, these guys are pretty much on the same page that this type of concept is true, and they don't divert from that, and they feed off each other. So you'll find that Wes Huff will do a video where he will use James White's material, then he'll turn around and use Mark Ward's material, then Mark Ward will turn around and say, oh, Wes Huff's great and all this. And so these guys are sort of bouncing off each other, and they're talking about the critical text. And so this is the same type of thing we've seen in groups like with the Answers in Genesis guys. They ended up getting people like James White to come and do seminars for them talking about the critical text. And so just saying, don't worry about the Textus Receptus, the King James, it's a non-issue, or it is an issue if you want to be called a cult member sort of thing. But, just follow the modern versions and you'll be fine sort of thing. And so that's what we've seen. A lot of these good ministries get hijacked by this type of thing. So apologists in the United States are usually you won't be part of the cool kids if you hold to a Textus Receptus position. There are many apologists in the Textus Receptus advocate sphere who do a great job at defending the text. They do a great job at defending creationism. They do a great job at many other things, exposing, the concepts of evolution, exposing, the pagan myths of Easter and Christmas and this type of thing. But they will never, ever be popular around these people because they are considered to be in a cult. And so people like Mark Ward solidify that. Oh, these people are Ruckmanites, they're in a cult. And so, yeah, it's quite amazing to watch. So this is one of the reasons why I'm bringing this up, is because these guys, they defend one another. So it's like they've all, like, when you look at this, a lot of what Wes Huff says about the Bible is from James White's material. Okay, and then you look at the Apologia ministries. James White works, they're all, he's part of that, I should say. And when you look at when the first book that you ever read as a Christian was James White's King James Only Controversy, obviously these guys are just going to basically parrot this type of material. And so we're saying this is filled with error. And just like they look at us, King James Onlys, and they look at, say, a Gail Ripplinger book, lots of people follow Gail Ripplinger, lots of people follow Peter Ruckman and all the rest of it. But, I don't. But they would look at it and say, oh, people are influenced by that. The book's got a lot of mistakes. Oh, that's terrible. That's what I see happening here. This has a lot of mistakes. And even that's why I go to neutral people, they look neutral, someone like James Snap Jr., and he pulls this book to shreds. And he's just a majority text guy. So that's why I use his material when I talk about this, because at the end of the day, people just simply will not listen to a King James TR person. They will demonize them. So let's continue.
And so let's get into it. So first of all, I want to make sure everyone knows where to get more stuff from you. Your stuff is just a blessing. It is so great. I can't say enough good things about the work that you do, brother. So tell everyone after the show where they can get more from you.
Yeah, for sure.
Where
right now?
Yeah. No, sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
I said that wrong. Yeah. So when the show is over, everyone can go and research more and get more from you.
Oh, I get what you're saying. What you're saying. Yeah. So wesleyhuff.com is kind of the one-stop shop. That's where you can find my videos and the podcasts that I participate on and the infographics that I make and what have you. So I could give you all the handles, but if you simply go to wesleyhuff.com, you can find my YouTube channel and my Instagram and my, X or Twitter, or whatever we're calling it these days. And that's where the content is. So yeah, I love to make infographics and educate people on all sorts of things, whether that's biblical manuscripts or the fact that Christmas is not in fact pagan.
That's right. It's so good, man. I listened to it while I was getting stuff ready.
Out on
it's fantastic.
You listened to what Joe just did too? Speaking of Dr. Joe.
On Christmas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
Missed it.
It was
It's not as good as Wes's, I'm
probably
sure.
not.
Yeah.
But it's
even though we love Joe, it's not as good as Wes.
Well, Wes doesn't have the accent, so
that's exactly what I was just going to say. I don't have the accent, so
Yeah.
Joe does have a cut above.
Yeah.
A accent. Yeah.
That's right. So get everyone took place. You said to ask this question first. Bring the audience into who Billy Carson is and why you wanted the opportunity to engage him.
Yeah, so Billy Carson kind of came across my radar about a year and a half ago when I was kind of throwing this idea around for a video project with a friend of mine that we were going to call The Gospel According to TikTok. And so we were just sending each other these videos of crazy outlandish things that people seem to latch onto about the canon of scripture and the content of the Bible. And, obviously you throw the Council of Nicaea in there somewhere because that's always the catch-all for anything conspiratorial when it comes around the Bible. And amongst these clips that we're passing back and forth was this guy, Billy Carson. Now, I didn't really know much about him at the time, but the first introductory clip that I'd ever seen of him was him telling this story where he supposedly recounts this time where he makes a fool of this Christian who's trying to evangelize him. And Billy refers to himself as a world-leading expert on biblical texts. And I thought immediately, this guy is not a world-leading expert in biblical text. A, because that's my world and I have no idea who this guy is. And B, world-leading experts on biblical text don't go around proclaiming themselves as the world-leading experts on the biblical text. And so that was kind of my first introduction to him. And as time went on, like you said, he's appeared on these big podcasts. He was on Joe Rogan, Patrick Bet-David. He was on Flagrant with Andrew Schultz, and saying these not just false things, but I mean, things that you could debunk by going on Wikipedia. Like, it did not take an academic level of inquiry in order to figure out that the things he was saying was false. So I just made last summer a couple of videos very quickly responding to just what I considered some of the most foolish and easily kind of referenced of these silly things that Billy was saying. Things like, Jesus in Greek is Jesus, and Jesus really means hail Zeus. So whenever you're praying to Jesus, you're really praying to Zeus. Like, things that are just so silly on their face. And part of that was, his statements about biblical manuscripts and that, certain manuscripts don't have the crucifixion. And so I was making these videos and I was seeing they were gaining traction, and I was seeing that people are taking notice of this. And so I tried not to become the Billy Carson response guy. So I made a few, made some of other people as well, and kind of went on my way with the usual nerdy manuscript content that I usually put out on social media. But then in October, the beginning of October, I was out for lunch with a friend, and I noticed on my DMs someone who said, "Hey, I'm a friend of Billy Carson, and I'm a Christian, and he's going to be in my studio tomorrow. And I was wondering if, A, you could get yourself to Florida to engage with him physically, or B, if that's not a possibility, to jump on a call." And so I immediately said, yes, I can engage with Billy with 24-hour notice. That's not an issue. Yeah. And so and that was really the catalyst. And unbeknownst to everyone involved, it really was a hornet's nest that we stepped on, because not only did the interaction go not very well for Billy, who I'm convinced has never been confronted with the facts of the things that he says. He's very good at monologuing confidently, but he's not good at dialoguing competently. Those are very two different things. That Billy is very good at one and not the other. And so it really didn't turn out well for Billy. And the podcast host, Mark, the next day calls me relatively early in the morning. I was out at the gym, and says, hey, Wes, Billy does not want this thing released. And so that kind of led to a lot of things to where we are today, where Billy has tried to not only suppress the footage, but threaten legal action. And I think realizes very concretely that, he's been outed as someone who does not, in fact, know what they're talking about.
That is very clear, Wes, from seeing the interaction. I want to say, you didn't need to mention that you got the call in the morning at the gym. That goes without saying.
That's obvious.
I saw somebody called him Wes Buff in the comment section.
Yeah. He puts the man in manuscript.
That's right. Yeah.
So Rob Carey says, you just admitted you do the same thing that you accuse Wes of doing. And so I would like to know exactly what that is. That'd be great. Thanks. So the reason I'm showing this, Wes just sort of summarizes, what's happened to him recently with his debate with Billy Carson, straight from the horse's mouth. And so we're going to look at a few other videos, just looking at this, and then we're going to look at the ramifications of him going on Joe Rogan. So obviously what has been said, we see these memes all the time. People are like, the Son of God has to do with the sun in the sky. We see this rubbish coming from movies like Zeitgeist, just ridiculous claims. I remember this one guy, he said, "Oh, I heard you're a Christian." He said, "That's ridiculous. The Son of God comes from the sun in the sky." And I just said to him, "You realize the English language has only been around since about the 7th century, coming from the Germanic. The word sun is helios in Greek. It's it's not son. So that doesn't make any sense. And he just instantly realized, that's stupid, because he's just parroting stuff he's seen in Zeitgeist. And so that's like going back, 15 years now. But those type of things are all over the internet. But the main thing that I'm bringing out here, I've got no problem with Wes Huff or James White or Stephen Boyce talking about all that stuff. It's great. But when it comes to the biblical text, this is where we go, hang on, should we throw out these 12 verses here in the last 12 verses of Mark? Should we throw out the woman caught in adultery? Should we, and so we're going to look at those issues tonight. Or today, or whatever it is. I say tonight, because putting myself in the shoes of someone in America, but it's actually 2:00 in the afternoon here, and then my wife's still in Pakistan at the moment, so she's sleeping, and so I just I've got all these time zones in my head. So whatever it is on this planet, on this globe, anyway.
Practitioner of swologetics. That's right.
That's all good. So you have the interaction, and it takes place back in September, but the flurry of activity is more recent. And then there was even a threat from Billy Carson to sue you as a result of what? I mean, I don't know what we can get into in discussion here, but sue you for what? What was what claim can be made against you in terms of I'm going to file a lawsuit against you because you had a discussion with me?
So Blue Baggins says, YHWH tetragrammaton, it's a Pontic Greek construct. No, it's just the way that the Hebrews wrote the name of Jehovah, which we pronounce as Jehovah. The best understanding that the name of God is Jehovah is, when you read the Bible, there's so many people named Jehoshaphat, Jehoiakim, Jehonanan. They have Yahweh in the beginning of their name. Even like someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, he has Yahweh at the end of his name. And so this is clear indication that that's how you pronounce a name, because in the Bible, that's how they pronounced it. And so it's quite basic. That's a theophoric names construct. So let's continue.
Yeah. So the debate took place on October 18th.
Okay.
And so it actually wasn't released for over a month after that. But yeah, the lawsuit was, I mean, in one sense, it never actually had any grounds to be a lawsuit to begin with. So he sent me a cease and desist letter and said, if you do not take down any content with my face or that uses my name, or as long as you agree to never use my face or my name and refer to me in the future, if this does not happen within a written confirmation within 24 hours, we're going to pursue further and drastic legal action against you. So, I mean, it was pretty clear to me from just looking at it that Billy is a public person. Like we said, he's been on some of the biggest platforms in the world. You can't tell someone they can't use your face or your name when you're a public persona. Yeah. So it was pretty evident very early on. I mean, then Billy proceeded the week after, he sent me the cease and desist letter. And by the way, also sent a cease and desist letter to the podcast host who was his friend. And I think I can say that with the proper tense now. Their friendship is over, unfortunately. Also, the media producer who kind of set this thing up, he's also been threatened with legal action and sent a cease and desist. So Billy is trying to sue everyone who's possibly involved in this, but he has no actual grounds to do so. So he's posturing, as far as I can tell. This is the equivalent of a pump fake. He's going in for pretending to punch you, but he knows that he won't and can't actually hit you.
Yeah,
we're
just laughing. Yeah, we're laughing.
Any
sports
references get lost on me.
Yeah. He knew the punch.
I know if you put it in terms of fighting, I'll get it just fine. Yeah,
a pump fake is in basketball where you go up and the guy jumps out of the way,
like a fake lead jab or something. You come over for the cross. I get it, guys. I'm not dumb. So Wes Huff. Okay, so Wes Huff here, guys. Don't leave the show yet because we're still on with Wes. But when you get done with this, Wes Huff's channel on YouTube has the full.
Okay, so I think you get what the issue is. So Wes has described it. he saw some silly memes and some videos and stuff, and so eventually he had a debate with Billy Carson. Billy Carson, sort of like the average Christian, knows absolutely nothing about textual criticism or manuscripts, and just makes this stuff up. So the average atheist, what chance have they got? The average agnostic, what chance have they got? If most Christians don't even know the issues, oftentimes they're parroting this type of thing. And but what we see is most Christians have no idea about textual criticism, Bible version issues, or anything like that. But then the atheists, many times they adopt, Bart Ehrman's views. And so this next video, I'm just going to show you what this guy says about the issues. Now, I found this quite enlightening, or not enlightening, quite revealing, I should say, about the position of a lot of apologists. So just listen to this guy. He's basically saying Wes Huff isn't the guy we should get on the Joe Rogan program. We should get Bart Ehrman on there because he will better represent Christianity. And this is the thing, and I've been saying this for years now. Apologists in the United States are trained to be like Bart Ehrman, but just say, but still believe. When James White debated Bart Ehrman, I think it was back in, was it 2009 or 2011, something like that. He did a radio program the week before and basically said that there wasn't really anything that Bart Ehrman had said that wasn't really mentioned in the King James Only controversy. So pretty much they're saying the same thing, but it's just sort of like equals don't believe in God, or equals, yeah, you can still trust God, and so they're saying the same things. So is that, to me, that's an issue. If they're saying exactly the same things, but one guy's just going, well, that proves that you shouldn't trust the Bible, and the other person's saying, well, you can still trust the Bible. To me, that's just, at the end, it's just subjective. You're just like, well, I choose to believe because you're born in a church environment, or you're raised in a Christian country, and all these Dawkins type of concepts come to play. But it's interesting to listen to this guy. So listen to this.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. So Joe Rogan is having Wes Huff on.
Okay, I'll get off my 1.5 train there, and we'll start that again.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. So Joe Rogan is having Wes Huff on his podcast. This is amazing news for all Christian apologists out there, and even for people like me as well, because I've been wanting Joe Rogan to have a Christian expert on his show for a long time, to the point where I was even emailing Dr. Bart Ehrman, asking him, when is he going to be on the Joe Rogan Experience? Because Joe Rogan constantly gets stuff wrong about the Bible.
So he wants Bart Ehrman to represent Christianity. So this is the amazing thing. Like, I don't know who this guy is, but this is at least he's just being upfront. See, this is the type of thing that I encounter when I'm talking to people on the critical text side. They're not really saying much different than Bart Ehrman. And sometimes too, I've seen people, they'll ask Bart Ehrman a question and say, so did Jesus exist? And he'll go, yes, he existed. And they'll cut that and they'll use that as part of their apologetic. Now, I understand sometimes you want someone who's not a Christian, because then it sort of gives you weight as a neutral voice. So I was just saying that about James Snap Jr. But at the end of the day, Bart Ehrman, that they're basically admitting that they have the same position as Bart Ehrman. But Bart Ehrman's just like, and I don't believe. And so to me, Christianity is stupid. That's pretty much Bart Ehrman's equals, where these guys are like, I do believe in Christianity is valid and you should believe it. So let's continue.
Bible constantly. He says things like, the Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest version of the Bible. John Marco Allegro translated the Dead Sea Scrolls and worked on them, and he had to decipher them and found out that Christianity is just one big misunderstanding. So Joe Rogan is known to not know what he's talking about when it comes to how the Bible came to be. So what does Wes Huff bring to the table? He is bringing New Testament scholarship. to the equation. Much needed scholarship. And I know that Wes Huff has been receiving quite a bit of praise lately for single-handedly destroying Billy Carson's entire career. However, is he the best person to represent what early Christianity was and how the Bible came to be?
Now, when I first listened through this, I sort of went over the Bart Ehrman thing. I was like, he's been contacting Bart Ehrman to get him on the Joe Rogan program. And then when he said this, I was like, oh, maybe he's a TR guy. Then I remembered the Bart Ehrman thing. I was like, no, definitely not. No TR person would want Bart Ehrman representing the text at all, because he's going to say a whole bunch of rubbish for starters. Then when you peel it back and you get to, you know, a position like James White or Dan Wallace or, you know, these other guys, it's still wrong. So it's just layer upon layer. And then when you finally get to the core of the onion, it's rotten. It's the wrong onion.
Should he be on the podcast? Well, I'm all for it. I think he should be. But if I had a choice between Dr. Bart Ehrman or Wes Huff, I would prefer Dr. Bart Ehrman. Why, you may ask? I mean, after all, Dr. Bart Ehrman is not a Christian. Well, that's exactly why I'd want him on the show, because he can talk about early Christianity without being biased.
But like, I understand that. Like I've got to stop laughing because I'm doing that with James Snap as well in this actual video, because I'm using James Snap's material because I agree with it. The only thing I don't agree with James Snap's position is he believes the last 12 verses of Mark were not original, but were put in by one of his friends or disciples, or someone who knew him. Where I'm like, where are you getting that? So he'll have my position all the way up right to the end, and then he's like, well, let's just throw that in, and then critical text scholars go, well, at least he doubts it a little bit. And so that's the only thing. But a lot of people don't know that. It's when you've read a lot of James Snap's material, you look at that and go, oh, why? But anyway.
Because here's what is probably going to happen. For those of you who think Joe Rogan is a meathead, you are wrong. He's not. He speaks to some of the most smartest people in the world, and he's been doing this for years. So clearly the guy is really intelligent. So what's going to happen probably is that Wes Huff is going to rattle off manuscript facts to Mr. Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan is going to get like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. That is interesting. But then Wes Huff is probably going to dip his toe in the Christianese lingo, where he's going to take that leap from manuscript facts to Christian faith. And that's when things are going to get a little bit sketchy, because Wes Huff on one part can say things that make total sense. Things like the New Testament is basically the same from what the authors wrote down back then to what we have in our hands today. Now that is a fact. But then Wes will then bounce to the other part, which is the core of the Christian faith, that God had to come down in human flesh, have himself killed to appease himself for the sins that people transgressed against himself. So you see where
that's weird.
The issue can come in, where on one hand Wes Huff can sound really smart, but then in the same breath, he can sound really crazy. And what this will cause a lack of trust. Because then, if you can believe both of those things at the same time, then to the average person who hasn't been brainwashed, that sounds insane. And Joe Rogan will probably question Wes Huff's motives. Let's face it, every Christian scholar out there knows what Dr. Bart Ehrman knows. Yet Dr. Bart Ehrman is an agnostic. So how can that be? Well, I think we all agree on the facts, but only some of us ignore the hard questions that make us uncomfortable because we don't want to know the answers. And my bet is that Joe Rogan will pick up on that closed-mindedness that Wes Huff has, and it might end up even pushing Joe Rogan further away from Christianity. So So to all you Christians out there, don't get too excited. This plan of yours could backfire. It really could. But I'm all for a lack of disinformation on the internet. And Wes Huff, he is going to bring the heat. He is going to bring all of the facts with him. And I'm looking forward to Joe Rogan being educated on this stuff. Though I still would have preferred it be Dr. Bart Ehrman. I mean, after all, Bart Ehrman did totally destroy William Lane Craig and even Michael Licona in every discipline would have.
Yeah, I watched that and I was just like, what? You know, but the thing is, that's what people just think that Bart Ehrman is neutral. He's not. But let's look at this one. So this one goes a little bit longer.
Has brought on Wes Huff,
Whoops.
It has been confirmed that Joe Rogan has brought on Wes Huff, a biblical scholar and textual critic, on his podcast after Wes Huff had an incredible performance against Billy Carson in a debate. Joe Rogan's relationship with Christianity has been well documented across the Christian YouTube stratosphere.
When they translated the Old Testament, they had to translate it. I mean, think of all the different languages it had to go through. It was Latin and Greek and German and English.
And it's without question that he has
I mean, seriously, some of the things people are saying about the Bible, about bibliology, Christianity, are so dumb. it's so dumb. And I mean, you know, kudos for Wes Huff to come against Billy Carson, you know, but it's like, I mean, seriously, that's pretty low-hanging fruit there. But it's popularized him, and I think that's great. But unfortunately, he's going to be pointing everyone to the critical text. That's what he's going to be doing. So he's going to be saying, hey, don't believe these atheists and all the rest of it. And that's fantastic. It's getting them, 80% of the way there. That's great. I'm all for it. But the other 20%, these guys are going to be like, well, let's jump into Bart Ehrman world. And they're going to start adopting that type of thing, where Wes Huff is going to be like, no, believe the words, believe them. And Bart Ehrman's going to be, just mop over Wes Huff. Wes Huff would be like, 7%, 10% of a scholar as Bart Ehrman is on these issues. And he's just going to wipe the floor with him. And so all that has to happen is it's like, yeah, okay, the Bible this, the Bible that, and then, prove all these other guys wrong. Then they'll get Bart Ehrman on the show. And Bart Ehrman will just go, well, yeah, Wes Huff, he's a nice boy, but here's the facts, blah, blah, blah. And he's going to say his point of view, and it's not going to be that far different, but then he's going to have all these other conclusions. And so this is the problem. It's opening up the door to atheism. It's opening up the door to agnosticism and to people having a bibliology that is twisted. It's not historical. It's a new thing. This bibliology has basically, it's the fruit of Westcott and Hort from 1881.
Radically evolved with his sentiment and tone towards Jesus and the church.
We need Jesus. I think for real. Like if he came back now, it'd be great.
And we've covered this extensively. And some have even went to the lengths of creating an online petition to get the likes of a William Lane Craig on the Joe Rogan podcast. As many of us in the online sphere who've paid attention to Joe Rogan's evolution have believed that we need a great representative on his channel to clearly proclaim the gospel of Jesus, as well as the historicity and the evidence for the resurrection. But
now, so Jeremy says the truth doesn't backfire. Wes Huff is going to reach 10 million with his Joe Rogan interview. I think he will. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm here going, that's all cool. It's like, say, someone promoting Answers in Genesis and having them on the Joe Rogan podcast. I'm like, oh, great. That's awesome. But then it's like, but just be careful because their bibliology is wrong. Wes Huff's bibliology is wrong. And so just be careful with this. Power of One says Revolution. Who do you think has more experience, Wes Huff or Bart Ehrman? Absolutely. Wes Huff really doesn't know that much. He's able to pull down the stuff of Billy Carson. Now, Wes Huff actually does say some good things against Bart Ehrman's position. I've gone through it all. And because at one stage I was going to debate Wes Huff on the King James issue. That's what I was told anyway. So I was preparing for it. I thought, someone said, they've reached out to Wes Huff. And I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to debate this guy. So I went through, all of his YouTube videos, and I was like, okay, he's a smart guy. But when it comes to the issue of the critical text, these guys can know a lot of things, but it's sort of like in my perspective, in a parallel way of looking at it, it's like knowing all about the Jehovah's Witness Bible and the Watchtower. It's like it's wrong, you know what I mean? And so they can know a lot about it, but we're proving them wrong on those issues. So Bart Ehrman knows all about that sort of stuff. But when it comes to him knowing the correct things about the Textus Receptus, Erasmus, Stephanus Beza, the King James translation and translators, he hardly knows anything. Most of the time, these guys know jokes and mockery. So you listen to James White, and he'll just say, Erasmus, he slipped on a banana peel and hit his head on the floor, and then they were going around the scriptorium in such a rush that they fell over. It's like the Three Stooges stories to start. It's because they actually don't know that much about what happened during that period in the Reformation. And so they know a lot about their camp. Like the Johos know a lot about the Watchtower. They know a lot about the New World Translation. Well, they actually don't know that much about the foundations of Westcott and Houghton, but they actually taught that in their New Believers class. They taught about Westcott and Houghton. Most Christians don't know about Westcott and Houghton till they meet a TRKJV person. But yeah, Bart Ehrman is like, so he's like a guy who imagine getting a new Jehovah's Witness guy and getting I'm not saying Wes Huff is like a Jehovah. Okay, I'm just saying I believe the critical text is a false text. It's a false teaching. So that's why I'm likening it to this. So imagine getting sort of like a Jehovah who's been in the Jehovah's for like 10 years. And him debating against someone who's been one of the prophets in New York. That's what it's like. Wes Huff is new on the scene. He doesn't know that much. But he actually does have some good things to say against Bart Ehrman. So maybe this Wes Huff thing on Joe Rogan, maybe they will get Bart Ehrman in, and maybe that will result in a Wes Huff debate against Ehrman. But we've seen this with Dan Wallace. We've seen it with James White. And the unfortunate thing is, Dan Wallace, he did his debate against Bart Ehrman, and he promised that he would bring out a first century copy of the Gospel of Mark. And Bart Ehrman's like, wow, I'd like to see that too. And it was sort of like to win a debate point, he's mentioned this, and it ended up being a nothing. And atheists were just like, these Christians will just lie just to win a debate, and it just discredited Christianity more than anything. And so anyway, let's continue.
Many of our hopes came crashing down when in 2024, Joe Rogan hosted Billy Carson on his podcast, who's as far from a Christian Orthodox view of Jesus as you can possibly get, questioning whether he was even crucified. Long story short, Billy Carson said, hey, everything in the spirit realm is ultimately about aliens. And of course, Joe Rogan ate it all up. But towards the end of 2024, there was a plot twist. Billy Carson finally had his open challenge answered for a Christian to sit down with debate with him. And that's where Wes Huff comes into this picture. Having a dominating debate with Billy Carson, putting him to shame, making him squirm in the conversation, leading him to show up at the moderator's house at 2:30 in the morning with a cease and desist letter. All of this we've covered extensively. And all of this reached the heights of the Oompavilles and Joe Rogan himself. And it is today, with great pleasure, that we can confirm that many of our prayers have been answered. Joe Rogan had Wes Huff on his podcast today. But before we get into that, guys, my name is Ruslan. This channel exists to encourage, empower, and inspire you to live a life that blesses God. Oftentimes that has us covering the things that are happening in the biggest podcast.
So it's interesting. He's using the New King James there with a Textus Receptus Bible. So Wes Huff would say, no, that's not a good Bible to read, even though they might say, oh, it's okay to read that, but it's just not the best sort of thing. If I go, well, just read an older edition of that, the King James, they're like, Well, you can, but if you're going to say, "Oh, they're all the words of God," you're in a cult. You know what I mean? It's so weird. So he can use that Bible, but as long as he admits, that it's not accurate. Well, New King James has errors in it because it departs from the Textus Receptus. It departs from the Hebrew Masoretic text in quite a few places. But when we look at people using the New King James, many of these people, they don't understand the textual issues, and so. But anyway, it's an interesting thing that here apologists sort of saying go with James White's views, go with his point of view on the text, but then he would be considered a King James onlyist according to James White's categorization, because he's probably like, well, I like the underlying text, that's why I go with the New King James. But a lot of people have a weird understanding of the Textus Receptus. They're like, oh, I go with the majority text, but I read the New King James. Majority text is different to the New King James. The guys who made the New King James invented the majority text, so that confuses things. But anyway, let's continue.
Than the biggest conversations in media, and this will be one of those. So if you're new here, or if you're not new here, please make sure to hit that subscribe button. There's a huge percentage of people that watch this channel, unfortunately, are not subscribed, and you do not want to miss when we cover Wes Huff's full podcast with Joe Rogan here on this channel. So let's jump into this video. All right, it's official. This just dropped. Wes Huff, Joe Rogan. Now, it's not an exaggeration to say that many of us have been praying for someone to come on the Joe Rogan podcast and make a compelling argument. I think many Christians have covered Joe Rogan's evolution on Jesus. I think many Christians have been talking about, man, we need a William Lane Craig. We need someone on that can give an accurate presentation of the gospel as well as the historicity for Jesus. And after years of us covering it on the channel, almost losing the channel over a copyright craziness with someone that was representing Rogan out and took it on the copyright issues we had. Finally, I would say the perfect guy for the job. Textual critic of the scriptures, handling their original manuscripts, continuationist, believing in the fullness of Jesus moving here and now, miraculous story of healing.
So, I mean, that's the thing that I've looked at too, is Wes Huff, he was saying he's in a wheelchair and he got miraculously healed out of a wheelchair. And that interested me because I'm a continuationist, but I think it's more so like I think his position. This is as far as I can tell. Correct me if I'm wrong. That his position is more like a John MacArthur position. See, John MacArthur would say he's a continuationist as well, but just that God doesn't use healers anymore. So say, because there are people like Benny Hinn and these other weirdos going around. Well, anyone who says, I can pray for you and you can get healed, well, that's wrong. You should just, maybe God will heal you, maybe he won't. So sort of like a bit of a, God will sort of flip a coin and go, yeah, okay, I'll heal you, but you've got a purpose for you being blind or in a wheelchair, so we're going to allow you to be like that for the rest of your life, sort of thing. So, but it is interesting that he is saying that. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how far his continuationist belief goes, but it is an interesting thing.
Wes Huff,
that's crazy,
was on the Joe Rogan podcast today.
Whoa, yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. He's definitely the perfect person, and he has that miraculous healing story that I really wish we got to. But it's gonna be even cooler if he shares it on Joe Rogan.
It's gonna be so cool
because he was a paraplegic.
Yep,
that's what he told you. Yep. And you're like, wait, what? We got to do a podcast.
Yeah. And we're still probably going to have Wes Huff in person. We've had him on the channel multiple times. If you guys haven't seen our conversation where we talk about the Gospel of Thomas that Alex O'Connor keeps propagating, I brought in Wes Huff to do a great breakdown of why that gospel is a forgery and it's nonsense and no one's ever believed it to be credible. But I think if there's anyone to give Joe Rogan the proper representation of the transformative nature, the supernatural aspect of Jesus, and the super practical implications of the history of the resurrection, the history of how the scriptures have been preserved, all of those things, I think Wes Huff is the guy. And what I think is exciting is that I genuinely believe Rogan is someone that's still searching. That this is someone who he's evolved a lot on Jesus. He's seen the value of the Christian worldview. And I wouldn't say he's where Jordan Peterson is, you know, but he's definitely moving along into that direction. And again, we've been saying this for years. We've been covering him reading Revelation. We've been talking about Jesus playing old Christian music. Like there's been so many things that's happened. And so it's super exciting. Now I got a little bit of insight. Wes Huff texted me that he was in Austin yesterday. He actually texted me when I was on with at V1, and it was really trippy because Pastor Mike was saying that there was going to be someone influential on the biggest platforms in the world. And as he's saying that, I get the text from Wes Huff saying, "Hey, I'm in Austin. Pray for me."
Pastor Mike and his
seriously,
prophetic bag.
Yeah, and so he texted me. I was like, "Oh, this is crazy! Like we're talking about this. You guys go watch yesterday's stream when I was at V1." Covered the whole Billy Carson thing. Apology from the it just goes to show that like when the Lord breathes on something, it is powerful. And so I think he's at like 200,000 subscribers now. His Instagram is blown up.
But surely he was using Mr. Beast retention hacks.
He was not using Mr. Beast retention.
So I'm just trying to open up another video, and I don't want it to lag everything because it is lagging. So I'm just going to open it up and sort of let it load up a bit. And so I'll just chat for a second. I'll pause it. We're going to quickly look at a Wes Huff video after we've got 3 minutes left of this one, so I'll let that run. But I just thought I'd let this one load up without it lagging. So there we go.
He wasn't really even uploading a whole lot outside of the Billy Carson situation. Yeah. And from my understanding, again, this podcast is not out yet, but it will be soon. Joe Rogan doesn't sit on podcasts. It might be coming out even by the time we're releasing this video. That they did talk about the Billy Carson situation. They did talk about the resurrection of Jesus. Okay. They talked about a lot of stuff. And, you know, Wes positioned it in a way where, hey, man, like Jesus is more than just like a good moral teacher. Actually, he has to be savior because he can't just be a good moral teacher. Because if he, you know, it's the C.S. Lewis, Lord Liar Lunatic. I don't know if he did that exactly, but that's kind of what I'm gathering from Wes. And so, yeah, I'm super, super excited. And again, I think this is just something that so many of us have been excited about and have wanted to see happen.
Do you know how long he went for?
He didn't say, but I'm guessing 3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing 3 hours.
Let me get a Joe Rogan episode. Let's ask him. That's really crazy. Yeah, I think Wes Huff is totally the perfect person.
That's hilarious. Like he's Joe Rogan. He does 3-hour podcasts. Now I don't listen to Joe Rogan. I start listening to it and I'm like, I sort of know this already, and then I back out. Some things I like to listen to people who have listened to it and they tell me. I'm like, what did Joe Rogan talk about the other day? And they start talking about it and they summarize it. It's like, oh, good, I don't have to go for 3 hours. But one of the biggest critiques against what I say is, oh, your videos go too long. They go for this long and that long. And he's Joe Rogan, the main podcast guy in the world, and he's doing 3-hour videos. And so if I do it, I've already gone for 1 hour and 40. You know, I know the other day I went for 6.5 hours. It's too long. But I did a 3-hour debate, 3.5 hour debate, and then I had to talk about some stuff. So anyway, let's keep going.
For it.
Yeah, so over 3 hours. We don't know when it's coming out. It might be coming out by the time of this recording. And ultimately, yeah, like I'm excited. I think this is an answer to prayer. I think that this is something that is needed. I think this is a crazy way to start 2025. And the
or
crazy
to end 2024, depending on how you view it.
No, I think it's coming out. Oh, maybe. I don't know. But I think this is going to be going into clips and reactions, and people are going to be talking about it. I think it's fascinating how many people have said they were following Billy Carson, and because of Wes Huff's debate performance with him, came back to Christianity after being deceived by Billy Carson. So if that's on a micro scale, remember, like, yes, the Billy Carson thing was big in our scene and Oompa covered it, but imagine on the Joe Rogan podcast, the biggest podcast in the world, how many people, and I'm not saying Wes is some sort of savior, but clearly the Lord is in this in terms of just 3 months ago, he had 10,000 subscribers. Now he has 200,000 subscribers. He's on the biggest podcast in the world. How many people could potentially, maybe not, I'm surrendered to Jesus, I'm going to church this Sunday, but at the very least going, I think there's something to this whole Jesus Bible thing.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think it's great. I think bringing all these things out into the light is a fantastic thing. But it's just like when Billy Graham got famous, you know, people started reading his quotations that he doesn't believe in a literal hell. He follows or he agrees with the Pope on everything. That, you know, him and the Pope of that time, are good friends. You know, all these type of strange and weird things that Billy Graham would say. But he got super famous. Like, you know, you mention his name today and people know, here in Australia, you mention his name, people know who he is. The biggest crowd ever in the Melbourne Cricket Ground was Billy Graham. I think it was back in the 1950s, 1960s maybe. But huge influence. But where he's wrong at, you know, we wish that we could go back today and say to those crowds of people, yes, listen to what he's saying. Yes, listen to the preaching. You must be born again, all this sort of stuff. But just be careful. He's pointing towards the Roman Catholic Church. Just be careful. He's saying hell is doesn't have any fire. Just be careful. He's, you know, so you go, yeah, I'm glad that people are hearing the gospel, but then you have to, you're sort of then mopping it up. And so this is the thing with Wes Huff. He's going to be there. This is going to get popular. This is going to go down 50 rabbit holes. And like this guy was saying, 2025 is going to be a time Christianity is going to be, it's going to explode. People are going to know the truth. They're going to start looking at things like what Dawkins has said over the years and go, hang on, that's ridiculous. And they're going to start gravitating more towards these apologists. But I've been dealing with these apologists, and their bibliology is, see, a lot of people don't think bibliology is an important thing. I think it is the most important thing. Where do we get our Christianity from? Well, we get it from the scriptures. If your scriptures are wrong, if you're holding up a New World Translation and saying this is the word of God, obviously that's in error. But if you have the truth and you draw people to that truth, they'll be solid in their belief. See, if you've got a Bart Ehrman type of perspective on scripture, that you can just chop and change, that you can just delete 12 verses here and 12 verses there, and you add a little bit here and say, oh, this is apocryphal, this is Gnostic. What are you drawing people into? Yes, I believe Wes has the ability to preach the word of God accurately, to draw people to salvation. He's got enough bullets to come against these, you know, Billy Carson type of characters and, you know, Dawkins and others. But at the end of the day, what is he getting you saved to? Yes, Jesus, that's fantastic. That's great. Love it, you know. But the concept of bibliology is very important. Apologists tell you it's not really that important. You know, people like Mark Ward will just say, oh, it doesn't really matter. Just read whatever Bible's in your hand, you know. The one you read is the best. It's like, what's that, you know? So anyway, we'll finish this one and we'll just look at what Wes Huff has to say about the King James and some of his recent interactions with me.
Yeah. Well, we know when Joe Rogan has a guest and they talk about Jesus or the Bible, it's usually, you know, at most a 30-minute segment out of a 3-hour podcast. Sometimes it's 10 minutes. Sometimes it's 3 minutes long.
Yep.
This isn't just a moment in a large podcast as a good representation of Jesus and the Bible. What it is like a real scholar, and they're sitting down to talk about Jesus and the Bible. So to your point, it's also less likely that it's going to be swallowed in with a bunch of other fat and fluff, whatever. The whole thing is going to be, to some degree, whether it's Wes's story or whatever, pointing back to Jesus. And I think it's probably going to be one of the bigger evangelism tools of 2024 that ever happened.
Yes.
Next
2025.
2025?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's going to be phenomenal.
Yep.
And so
and he did say, I think I'm allowed to say this, he did say that he over prepared for this. He really went in over prepared for this.
Not just like, oh, I'm going to talk about my story.
Yeah,
and,
no, he really prepped, and I know he did a phenomenal job. And so I'm excited to see this come out and everything that's going to mean. And yeah, it's exciting. So if you guys want to see our reaction to what sparked all this, when Wes Huff finally debated Billy Carson, the debate that Billy Carson did everything he could to suppress. Click here to check that out. If you want to check out our Blessed God Prayer Journal and our whole shop, we'll have that over here for you. All right? Peace.
Okay. So Mike Ward's actually live now.
A difficulty. That sense is now.
I think he's bringing out a whole bunch of other false friends or something. But anyway, I'll have to go through that one, I guess. There's just so much to go through. But let's look at this one here. So this is actually on Facebook. Now, I sort of have to do it on Facebook so that you can read what's happening here. So let's just go through this.
I was reading my Bible this morning, and I take a multi-translational approach and was reading from my King James. This is actually a 1611 King James printing that I have. You might not know this, but if you have a King James, you're probably not reading the original 1611, but an update, the 1769 Blaney revision. That is what the vast majority.
So, they like to bring that up because, the word S-O-N-N-E was changed to S-O-N. Sun, S-U-N-N-E, was changed to S-U-N, these type of things. And so they make a huge fuss about this, where when you look at people examining these type of things, they're saying there's no substance in these changes. Like, you get a print error, the Wicked Bible, where it says, thou shalt commit adultery. Obviously, it's a printer error. They just correct those sort of things. When you're going through time, printed. And see, the thing is, printing just went everywhere. In the United States, they were printing the King James. They didn't have to do it exactly as they did it in the UK. So sometimes they printed it in a certain way. So certain people made the King James uniform. And the one that I follow, but I don't go, the one that I follow is the 1900 pure Cambridge edition. But I don't necessarily have to agree with every typesetting, because sometimes there's a word in italics where when I look back in history, it's not really warranted, the italic there. Or they've put the italics in to reflect an older printed edition of the Textus Receptus, say the Stephanus 1550 edition, but it doesn't reflect the Theodore Beza's 1598 edition, the one they actually used. And so sometimes these italics are just, it's like, okay, you got that in italic, but it doesn't mean it's not in the underlying Greek that the King James used. And so oftentimes they'll say, oh, the King James has got all these changes, but then they'll make that like it's a big deal, but then they'll turn around and say, well, the difference between the Textus Receptus and, the modern critical text, the NA 28th edition, United Bible Society text, they don't really matter. Mark Ward just said, they don't matter. It doesn't really matter. No doctrine's changed. And so they're like, King James changed a lot. And when you examine it, it's like, Sun, S-U-N-N-E to Sun, S-U-N. But when you look at these other guys, they're deleting many times hundreds of words. The last 12 verses of Mark. The woman caught in adultery story, deleted. The, many times verses like the Comma Johannian, which completely deleted. So we see this type of thing. There is a huge amount of changes, 2,900 less Greek words in the NA 28 than from the Textus Receptus. But they're making a big fuss about the English Bible with updates, and things like that. It's like the movable nu in a Greek text. You can have the nu or you don't have the nu, but you wouldn't count every single one of them as a place where, there's a difference, I mean, sure, it is a difference. It's a letter on the end of words, but a lot of texts didn't have the movable nu. Some modern Greek texts do have the movable nu. So it's not really an issue. So to have a spelling variant, why are they counting all them? Why can't they get beyond that and tell us exactly where there are changes? But when you look at those changes, it's just like, it's hardly anything. And a lot of these have to do with printers, printers making mistakes. Like say the final amen on the end of Ephesians, it, didn't turn up in 1611. 4 years later or 3 years later in 1616, 4 years later, 5 years later, it appeared, amen. And so it's just a print error.
if King James Bibles, if you're going to purchase them online or at a bookstore, are going to be. Nonetheless, the vast majority of the wording is the same. And while I was reading 2 Timothy, I noticed something very interesting. The text of 2 Timothy chapter 3 reads like this: "For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good." If you read that word incontinent, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Because today, the word incontinent means to not have control of your bowels. But in 1611, in Elizabethan English, it meant to lack self-control. This is exactly what you'll read when you go to a modern translation of the Bible. This is one of my issues with the King James Bible. I love the King James Bible, but when I come over words like incontinent, the original wording that Paul was communicating meant lacking self-control. It did not mean not controlling of your bowels. So this, while it may not lead you astray theologically or doctrinally, is going to mislead you in your simple reading of the Bible. This is what some have referred to as false friends, words that mean something today and are used but have a completely different meaning when they...
So, I mean, of course, if you were reading the King James and you said it was incontinent and you thought that meant that you're going to lose control of your bowels, you would Google it. You would all you have to do is grab an old word, put it in Google, and type in etymology as well. And usually it comes up the history of that word. You can go to Wiktionary. There's plenty of places you can go online. Oxford English Dictionary. You can go to the Webster's Dictionary. He's 1828, and it will say what it is. And so it's not that hard, okay? But I understand some people don't want to do that, and so that's why they go with like a King James update. I've done one myself, KJV 2023. Some people go to the New King James. I don't think it's accurate in many places, but it is an update of the King James. You've got the KJV 2000. You've got the J. Green's modern King James. You've got his literal King James. You've got the MEV. You've got the simplified King James. You've got a whole bunch of King James updates. So for those who the text is the issue, but readability is a problem, we'll at least go to them. I recommend people read the King James. If they do struggle, go with that one, because some of these other ones have mistranslations in them. But anyway, let's just continue.
They were originally penned by, say, the King James translators between 1604 and 1611. I want you to read your Bible, but I want you to understand what you're reading first and foremost.
So the main point that he's saying here is if you get this one word and it means incontinent and you think, oh, you're going to lose your bowels, and, he's sort of saying this like with glee, like, look how funny this is, and this is what I find with a lot of people who come against the King James position. They're sort of, it's a mocking sort of tone with all this. So if one word is going to cause you to have problems, surely if you delete one word, it'll have problems as well. Like if that word just didn't exist there and you never knew it existed, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? But these guys don't admit that. So this is the false balance. This is the false weights that they have. They say that these words mean so much. You've got to be careful with this King James. Go with the modern Bible. But let me just show you in the comments here. So I've commented here. Oh, my top fan, apparently, for Wes Huff. So I said, but misunderstanding one word is one thing. Okay, so what I've just said. But following a modern Bible with 2,900 or less Greek words and 8,000 Greek changes in the underlying text, let alone the redefinition of words, monogenes, meaning only begotten, was changed to unique, for example, surely they should be considered issues also. So that's what I'm bringing up. It's like, oh, this one word, it means something old. I mean, usually you get an old word, you look it up. Okay. But the issue is, how come they're like, well, this one word, it'll throw you off. You'll think that, Paul's talking about pooing your pants. That's basically what he's saying, that you'll come to that conclusion. And he's saying that's the wrong thing. We don't want people to come to that conclusion. And it's like, okay, good point. Yes, an old word, in a 400-year-old Bible, most people will think there's going to be old words in a document that old. But, people don't have the time to look it up, or they don't want to, interpret that in their mind, or, look at a margin like in the Trinitarian Bible Society text where they have those type of things in the margin, or D.A. Waite type of defined King James Bible, or, they can go to a modern one, but he will usually say, no, go to the ESV, go to the NIV. But see, they have so many words deleted. So this is the thing. This is the hypocrisy of Mark Ward and people like Wes Huff, is that they look at these old words and they're mocking them and saying, you're going to get the wrong idea if you read that. Okay, so I'll finish what I've got to say here, and then I'll go to an example, because I might even talk about the example here. I can't remember. But something like this should be considered also. You should consider even words missing or deleted, or a whole entire verse, say like 10 words are deleted, or 15 or 20 or 25, or in this case that I'm going to show you 42 words in a row that most people don't even know are missing. I'm going to show you that they're deleted. And so shouldn't that change the text also? Isn't that an issue? Isn't that a problem? Or is it just when you get an old word? How come they've got this weight where it's like, if it's King James old word, we're going to mock it and we're going to laugh at it and say, look, this is going to get people astray. But if those words are missing, it doesn't matter. So in other words, you could probably delete that word incontinent, just delete it, and it won't matter, apparently. Because deleted words don't mean anything, apparently. Okay. But then what you find out is these guys don't think these words are genuine anyway. The words that are deleted, they're like, well, they're not even genuine. So it's like, okay, 2,900 words. Like when you look at, say if you've got 6 verses, it might have 150 words in it, in just 6 verses. So 12 verses, you got 300 words. You got 2,900 words different. That's a lot. It gets to the point where you could probably chop out a whole entire book of the Bible, like one of the say 1 Peter or something like that, and chop it all out. That's the amount of Greek words that are changed all the way through the Bible. It'd probably be better if they had a whole book chopped out, because then you're like, well, in the back of your mind, well, that's missing. But when it's all over the place and you're not sure, see, they're worried about false friends. The word gay. It's like, well, I didn't know that the word gay in the book of James didn't mean homosexual. It's just like, well, look at the context, and understand the history of our language has changed, But if that's too difficult, go to a modern, if it's too difficult for you, I always encourage people just to read the King James itself. But I've written here, and of much worse consequence. So, these words being deleted are of much worse consequence. Most people realize that an old book will have archaism, but most people won't realize these words are deleted. Okay. So Wes Huff says, Nick, monogenes almost certainly does mean only unique. Well, unique is monodikos, not monogenes. Monodikos means unique. So if they wanted to have the word unique, they would use that. Now, even people in the critical text camp advocate against the word being translated as unique. The word is monogenes, which means only begotten. Now, if you look back in history, the Origen talks a lot about this. He has quite a lot to say about this. And so, but I won't go into that now. I just mentioned that as an example, that there are redefinition of terms. So that's a secondary issue. But the first one I talked about was words that are gone, or entire verses that are gone, and people don't even know they're gone. Okay, you got a footnote there saying this and that, but not every Bible has all these footnotes, and in not every place. There's even places in the New King James where they depart from the Textus Receptus and they don't tell you, and it destroys the deity of Christ. And so he's saying monogenes is almost certainly does mean only unique. I explain the reasoning in the latter half of this video. So, I've gone through that video a few times, but we'll just keep going. And so I said, Wes Huff, if you ask any fluent Greek speaker what monogenes means, they will tell you it means only begotten. So I'm talking about fluent Greek speakers of today, of 500 years ago, of 1,000 years ago, of 1,500 years ago, and back in the day of Jesus. They all would say it means only begotten, not unique or one of a kind, you know. If you went to any age and asked that question, they'd give you that answer. Monodikos is the word that means unique or one of a kind. Even just a brief look at Genesis 22, verses 2 to 12 and 16 shows that God referred to Isaac as thine only son Isaac. Because see, this is their argument. Oh, well, Abraham had two sons, but you know, in the New Testament, he's saying Isaac, your only son. That must mean he's not the only son; he's a unique son. So then they redefine everywhere it's as unique. But what they've really done in John chapter 1, verse 18, they have the reading only begotten God there. So that's what the NASB has, where it's a bit of a weird reading because it almost agrees with the Jehovah's Witnesses. Do you have a begotten God? But it's got a capitalized G in most versions. You know, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they have in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was a God. Most people go, oh, you can't have that. But then you go verse 18 of the same chapter, and it says, only begotten God. And they love that because, you know, Jesus is, he's God, a small g. He's a little God. He's Michael the Archangel, but he is, he has been begotten. So he's been made, he's been created. And so this is the type of concept that the Jehovah's Witnesses are pushing. So this is the type of thing that the NASB has only begotten God. They're like, it's a bit embarrassing. So they're like, well, let's say unique God. That fits better. The unique God who is in the bosom of the Father, he has declared him, instead of the only begotten Son, which is the reading of vast majority of manuscripts. But then they have to change it everywhere. So even in John 3:16, where it says, you know, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, it's changed to for God so loved the world that he gave his one and only son. You notice that in some of these modern versions? Because you can't just change it in one place or else it looks like bias. They go, oh, we've realized this word needs changing everywhere, and they change it, and it theologically changes the Bible everywhere that word appears. And so that's what I'm saying. There are twists and changes and morphs and different things that they're introducing, and let alone the missing words. So the main thing I want to focus on is the missing words. But, you know, he sort of focused in on, you know, the monogenes issue because he knows he'll lose the other issue, but he does mention it. Ishmael is not even taken into consideration by God, since he was not the promised seed with whom God made the covenant of grace. And so we see that even God says thine only son Isaac. It's his only son. And so God's very specific with this type of thing. You know, when it says Jesus, you know, Matthew chapter 1, it says, you know, they didn't know, Joseph didn't know Mary until they brought forth their firstborn son, and they called his name Jesus. Now, that word firstborn is taken out of Wes Huff's favorite Bibles. It's taken out of James White. All these other guys think that the prototokos is the firstborn is an addition, and they delete it. So what that does, when you have firstborn son, well, that means there's going to be a secondborn, or else you'd say only son, but you'd have a second, a third. So that comes against the concept of Mary being a perpetual virgin. That's the teaching of the Orthodox and the Roman Catholic Church. But then we also see that it's her first. So the whole concept that, you know, she had a boyfriend called Pantera who was a Roman soldier and had children previously, you know, that whole concept's destroyed as well. So we see that it's very important. God's very specific. In the Textus Receptus, it makes perfect sense. In the critical text, it just causes problems. So they're changing all of these. And many times they're attacking the virgin birth when it comes to these issues. So as far as God was concerned, there was only one only begotten son of Abraham, and he was the spiritual type of the only begotten son of God, who became the lamb that was sacrificed for the sins by God's people. And then I said, by the way, I'll be near Multan today, apparently your birthplace. So I wrote this when I was in Pakistan about a month ago, or probably a month and a half ago. And so he's saying he was born in Multan. Now, I think he was born on a military base there as a baby. But I was, we were going there. We were in Pakistan. We were doing, we were preaching around different places and things like that. So we were near Multan. It's a beautiful part of the world. That's where my wife's sort of home village is there. And so anyway, I just sort of mentioned that because I thought he might want to talk about it. And so what do we do with this? So Wes Huff sort of saying, okay, John 1:18, he goes with that issue. How can he get around this? Now let's look at Scion. Oops. Scion of Zion, KJV comparisons. Now, if you look at this page, it's got a whole bunch of changes. Now, some of them are important, some not so important. I think every change is important, but some have more impact than others, I should say. Now, when we go to John chapter 5, verse 3 and 4, I'll show you this whole issue, okay? So Wes Huff is saying, false friends, it's a horrible thing. So we should get like an ESV, or these things are just updates of the English Bible, aren't they? Well, let's look at this. So we have, in these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, withered. So notice the word halt here. This is the word that Mark Ward talks a lot about. He's saying the word halt, we think it means stop. So we would think of blind and stopped and withered. Now, I understand it is an old word. It does have the old meaning of being lame. Now, I think the word stop still is relative to this word, where if you have one leg and it's stopped, you limp. If you have two legs and they stop, you become lame. So halt, most of the time, is talking about limping, okay? So they're impotent folk or blind, limping, withered, this type of thing. So that makes sense. And when we look at the modern versions, well, they usually put lame in there. I also put lame in this one, 2023 edition, okay, because that's just a modernization of an archaic term. So, okay, that's fine. So you're reading along. Mark Ward, he thinks you should not read the King James. You should get rid of it because of these type of words, okay? But what about all these underlined words? There's 42 English words here. It says, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. Whosoever then first, after the troubling of the water, stepped in was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. So all of those words, 42 words, are deleted in the Bibles that Wes Huff and Mark Ward are promoting, okay? So we can see in the original 1611, it's there. In Tyndale's edition, it's there. In Wycliffe's edition, it's there. But when we look at these other ones that the author of this page, Scion of Zion, calls counterfeit versions, the CSB, basically it just says omitted. 42 English words are gone. NIV, gone. It has the word lame. Okay, we can read the word lame. So this is the point. They're saying that this word halt it's problematic. It's causing people to be confused, and they've got this archaic term, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, you might know to look that up in a dictionary. Okay, yep, interesting. But what about the 42 missing words here? Instead of the false friends, what about the missing friends? Wouldn't that be of similar consequence? And they're like, no, it doesn't matter. That's something that doesn't mean anything. And so NASB, notice it has it in the bracket, but then New Living Translation gone, ESV gone, CSV gone. The Holman's has it in a bracket. Why even have it in a bracket if it's not supposed to be there? But this is the thing. Some of the, like the Holman Christian Standard Bible was supposed to be a TR-based Bible, but then they changed their mind. And so Jehovah's Witness Bible, Catholic Bible, RSV, they all omit it. So when we look at the Textus Receptus underlying Greek text, you can see there's a lot more words here than appears in the Westcott Hort / Critical Text Bibles. Okay. And so to me, that's an issue. That's something that needs to be looked at. That's something that Wes Huff and Mark Ward need to go, well, yeah, that is a problem. But they will say, no, those words are not genuine. So they're advocating for a different Greek text. And they say that doesn't matter, but an old word matters, but missing words, 42 missing words in a row, doesn't matter. What's your problem? I'm the one with the problem. I'm in a cult. I've just got problems. And so anyway, let's just go back to videos. Now, Wes Huff was accused of being a liar. So let's have a look at this. I'll start it from the beginning. I'll make sure I'm not on double speed or something. Here we go.
You got famous overnight for showing that Billy Carson was lying about the Sinai Bible. Here you are lying about the Sinai Bible too.
The earliest copies that leave out the longer ending have an unusual feature. The copies of these earliest manuscripts leave deliberate blank sections, a feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other Gospels.
The
top manuscript Wesley Huff uses for his argument that the gaps at the end signify that Mark should have the longer ending is, in fact, the 5th century manuscript Codex Alexandrinus that does have the longer ending. So Wesley Huff is actually throwing on the screen the manuscript with the longer ending, not even realizing that he defeated his own argument. This is not just his opinion that I disagree with. This is an objective statement that you can go and check for yourself. Here on the screen right now, here is the Codex Sinaiticus of the...
So what's sort of silly about this? And, these guys from MythVision, it's pretty, it's like the Billy Carson stuff. It's pretty low-hanging stuff. But he said the Gospels. Acts is not the Gospels. And so he was pretty specific about that. But we're going to see that these guys enter into the Mark 16 issue. So we're going to talk about that, and we're going to look at some evidence for that. And so let's just continue.
The Acts, Luke, Matthew, Mark, John, Revelation, all the endings you just saw, all of them have a space at the end.
And so these guys have got a point there. And I think that Wes Huff, this is what I was saying about the difference between him and Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman wouldn't just make silly statements like that. And so I think the thing is, Wes Huff's usually doing a sort of like a 3-minute video and throwing information out there. I've often looked at some of his charts and videos and gone, no, that's just wrong, And like you're sort of like, he'll get there, And so you feel like saying something in the comments, so hopefully he changes things and grows and gets better and all the rest of it. But when it comes to this type of issue, like that other guy was saying, having Bart Ehrman represent the text, he wouldn't make a mistake like that. Even though I 100% disagree with the conclusions of Bart Ehrman, Wes Huff is not that type of scholar.
Well, where are those long endings and short endings?
Yeah, not only that, Codex Vaticanus, Mark, Matthew, John, Corinthians, Acts, Revelation.
And so when he's got Corinthians, Acts, that's where I'm like, he did say the Gospels.
Codex Alexandrinus, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, Romans, Corinthians, Acts, Revelation, all of them have a space at the end.
Do you see what I'm saying? If it wasn't such a hidden secret, if it wasn't such a conspiracy, why make up something like that blank space as if Mark has a special blank space for its purpose to have that additional ending of theology? It's still affecting us 2,000 years later in the church. They're still haunted by the lost ending of Mark, it seems to me.
Mark, which is the oldest gospel, the scene in Mark where Jesus returns from the dead, that's not in the oldest manuscripts. In the oldest manuscripts, he doesn't come back. It literally ends tragically with the women weeping at the tomb. Then in the manuscript tradition, after the 5th century is when you start seeing verses get added to the Bible.
So this is partly true, but mostly false. What is true is that the oldest copies of the Gospel of Mark do not include the verses after chapter 16, verse 8. 16, 9 through 20 are absent from the earliest copies of Mark that we have, but that doesn't mean that Jesus' resurrection account is absent. In 16, verse 6, 2 entire verses before the cutoff of the earliest manuscripts, you still have the angel looking at the women who came to the tomb saying, "Do not be afraid. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen."
Okay, what you just saw.
Okay, so I know that Neil, so he's called the Gnostic Informant, he's going to have his own thing to say about that. But see, to me, they're both looking at a manuscript that is absolutely so corrupt. You shouldn't even be using it. It's just a rubbish document. And so someone like Dean John William Burgon, he pointed this out. He read through Sinaiticus, and he said it's easier to find a place where Sinaiticus and Vaticanus disagree than where they agree. There are so many errors. These are perverted documents. He went to town and talked about a dog going back to his own vomit. People going to these manuscripts. Now, in those days, they were like, well, these are old documents. So since then, it's like they're old. It's been brought to light that many people have been wrong about the age of manuscripts. Just like art, you got to test art. You got to scientifically test them. You can use a RF gun and test how old things are. You can test inks. Say archaic Mark was tested for its ink, and it was found to have Prussian blue ink in it, which means it was an 1874 copy. It was no older, than 1874, so that they found the actual printed document that someone had copied, and even to the point where they get to the end of the line and they've gone to the end of the line as well. So they found that document, and it was proven to be fake. But many people in the academy were sure that archaic Mark was accurate, 13th century Byzantine copy of Vaticanus, because they get all excited. Oh, this is from Vaticanus, because hardly anyone copied Vaticanus. It's a rubbish document. Sinaiticus has just been missing apparently for 1,500 years. But then all of a sudden it's come on the scene, and it's changed all these Bibles to the point where we have to follow these documents. Vaticanus has Jesus dying from getting stabbed. Now, why don't they read that in the Bibles? Isn't it the oldest and best? But many of these readings in the oldest and best are so bad. They're so wrong. And that you got to understand that these two aren't matching up with when you sum it all up, they aren't matching up with 99.9% of all the other Bibles in history. And even Erasmus, look, he had access to Vaticanus, and he rejected the readings. When you look at Sinaiticus, someone like Dean John William Burgon, he looked at Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and said that these are corrupt documents. Most people on the critical text side and the Textus Receptus side reject Codex Beza. Now, Theodore Beza had this manuscript, and that's why it's named after him. But even he was like, this is a really bad manuscript. And so it's old, but it's just like a Passion translation or something. It's just wrong. And so when he donated that to I think it was the Cambridge Library, he said, don't translate this, don't use it, because it's corrupt. But when you look at Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, these are just as corrupt. There's so many errors, there's so many problems. All Westcott and Hort did was get these two, say these are the best, these are the oldest, and mash them together. So now people we're defending that no matter what. And if you don't defend it, you're in a cult. So 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, if you had my position, it was fine. But now if you have my position, you're in a cult. So this is the thing. Christianity, mainstream Christianity has changed. I'm reading the same Bible people were reading 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300, 400 years ago. I can go back in English and trace that. And the underlying Greek text of that and the Hebrew, I say, well, they're akin to the originals. We have a lot of proof for that. But these guys in 1881 have come along. We've got a new ShamWow, brand new, never seen before text. Let's get these texts. We'll mash them together. We'll stir it all up and see what we come up with. Hey, we'll get a Unitarian involved with this. And he's saying, nah, get rid of these Trinitarian verses and deity of Christ verses. And that's what we've got modern Bibles based upon. And so unfortunately, apologists are told defend that text and demonize anyone who doesn't defend that text. And so that's what we see happening. So that even these guys, that they're secular guys, Gnostic guys, people who have no interest in the Bible except to discredit it, they go along with this type of narrative as well. Because, see, the thing is, if you just go along with what apologists are saying today, you will come to their type of conclusions. The Wes Huff, James White are just saying, hey, just keep believing. Bart Ehrman will come along and say, no, don't believe the Bible, it's full of rubbish. But these other guys are like, well, we sort of believe the same thing about that text and how it's formulated and everything, but still believe it. So it's just, but what they're promoting is a text that has holes in it. The Textus Receptus doesn't have genealogical errors. Their text does. The Textus Receptus doesn't have historical errors. Their text does. The Textus Receptus doesn't have geographical errors. Their text does. The Textus Receptus doesn't have contradictions in it. Their text does. The Textus Receptus strongly upholds the teachings of a Trinity and the deity of Christ, where their text weakens those concepts. And so they have a text that's completely inferior, but they're defending it. So this is the thing. No matter how popular Wes Huff gets over the next month or years or whatever, he's still promoting a text that has problems, has holes in it, and he is not advocating for the correct text, the accurate text. He's giving something that's faulty, something that has holes all the way through it, and people are going to see that and go and lose faith because of those reasons. So let's continue.
There was Wes Huff calling me out for what I said on Danny Jones' podcast. Wes Huff has been on my radar long before the shenanigans with Billy Carson. He's been getting famous overnight for debunking some very, in my opinion, low-hanging fruit that Billy Carson puts out there about the so-called Sinai Bible, which anyone can just go look up themselves. It's the Sinai because it's just Christian church Bible. However, he completely misrepresents me here.
See, this is the thing. These guys think Codex Sinaiticus is absolutely legitimate. See, regardless of whether you think it's a modern-day forgery, now we've been advocating that this text needs to be chemically tested. The ink needs to be tested. The parchment needs to be tested. Everything about it needs to be looked at scientifically to prove the age of it. And the same as Vaticanus. Because there were people, when this manuscript came out, there were people claiming to have made this manuscript. There were people saying that they've made, in 1839, that they'd made this document. And so obviously, I understand if you want to believe that, you believe it. If you don't want to believe it, you don't. But people are taking this by faith, okay? You're either taking by faith that it's a 350, 360 document, or you're taking by faith that Simonides wrote it in Mount Athos in 1839, 1840, and it's a modern-day forgery. But either way, you take that by faith because we haven't scientifically tested it. Now, if you look at the oldest manuscripts of the Quran in the Bodleian Library, they have at least tested the parchment. That shows how old it is. And so they're like, this is the oldest parchment. But see, that can be deceiving in a sense where you can have old parchment with, some people have old, stacks of old parchment, and you can write something on it that's modern. And it's like, look, see that we've got an old text. You've got to test the inks. You've got to test everything about the situation. And so Archaic Mark in 2013 was proven to be a modern-day forgery with Prussian blue ink in it. The Dead Sea Scrolls that are in the Museum of the Bible. Now, it was in 2020. They thought, let's get these tested. So they tested every single one of the Dead Sea Scrolls they had in the Museum of the Bible display was proven to be a modern-day forgery. That's why we're saying test Sinaiticus, test Vaticanus. We've been crying out for this for 15, 20 years. And so people need to look at this. People need to take this seriously, because we know that there are scams. We know that art scams happen all over the world. People say this is a original, this and that, and all that. Even, you know, sometimes you can just look at things and you can just tell that that's a scam. Okay, the whole aging of Aboriginal art here in Australia. You know, every time they find a cave painting, it's 10,000, 20,000 years old. I'm like, did they lose the skill between 10,000 and 5,000, or couldn't it have been done 50 years ago or 100 years ago or 500? How come there's no art that's not 10,000 years old? And it's because people want to, when they find something, they want to go to the oldest, because that makes their find valuable, and everyone looks at that and says, wow, that's amazing. And we know this is a scam. Anyone who's studied the concepts in evolution know that they can find a bone somewhere and say, oh, it's this old. They can get that same bone and test it again, and it's another 15,000 years older, apparently, in some other laboratory, because of the way that they're testing it and guesstimating. And so we don't want to be like that in the biblical sphere, especially if there's two manuscripts that have just come along. Vaticanus, Erasmus looked at it and said, that's disgusting, it's rubbish. He thinks there's a whole bunch of Latinizations that have come in. He thinks at the Council of Florence there was a lot of influence from trying to match up Greek Bibles on Latin Bibles and things like that. He was an expert on all those things. So I don't think that what he says about it should just be completely dismissed. But it's easier nowadays. You don't have to go by the testimony of anyone. All you have to do is just chemically test them. But so that's why in some of my videos that I've been doing recently with Nehemiah Gordon, I did an interview with him. Now, we didn't talk about that specific topic, but he went to the Vatican and he was testing Codex Vaticanus. And so we've looked at the distigmi, the dots, they were tested. And so it's quite interesting, his findings. I've got to do my part 2 video on that. I was going to do it today, but this whole issue came up. But I'm glad people are starting to test it. They should test the menu, because what they're doing is they're assuming that it's old. It's like, well, it's old. Everyone knows that it's old. Why not just continue through that, test it and test the inks, test the parchment, do that with Sinaiticus, do that with Vaticanus, do it with any old ancient document. So then we can know exactly how old they are. When people say, oh, these are the oldest and best, part of the thing is people are going, oh, I don't think it's that old. And even people who are who are paid to discover how old a text is, many of these people are saying different dates. So you'll get, when I say many, I'm not saying the majority, but there are a handful of people who say, Sinaiticus could be 6th century, could be 9th century. They're saying this type of thing. But after a while, that just gets dismissed. It's like, no, the consensus says this, the apologists are saying this. And so it just becomes a story. And we know that in this realm of bibliology, many people just make up stories. There's just story after story after story. If you want to find a whole bunch of untrue stories, just look at the anecdotes of Erasmus. Look about what anyone's saying really about the Textus Receptus, and usually about the King James. There are just story after story after, and people just accept it as just folklore. But anyway, let's continue.
So I saw a side of, I was introduced to Wes with a side to a different side of Wes than what people are being introduced to him today. People are being introduced to him today as this heroic defender of the truth against misinformation.
Right.
However, I think Wes arguably pushes as much information.
That's sort of ironic, because these guys sort of believe the same thing about the codex, but then it's like, oh, he's not representing it properly, this other guy's not, where I'm just like, look, guys, just avoid that manuscript. Like these guys avoid Codex Beza. Have nothing to do with it. If it contradicts everything else, it's not going to be, like, the word of God was spread all around the world. Now, having just one manuscript that has all these weird readings in it, it's like you don't just go with that. But this is human nature. to go with the fantastical, to go with something that's quirky. It's like, wow, let's focus in on that. There's no need to focus in on this. It's sensationalized. This document is about as important as my left shoe. It might be of artistic interest, but until they test it, they don't know how old it is. You're taking it by faith that it's that old. These guys are taking the word of scholarship, many times Christian scholarship, that say, oh, it's 350, because it backs up the whole Westcott and Hort critical text thing. And so they've got to test this, or else you're believing by faith. Just as much as someone who is saying Simonides did it, and they'll say, no, I think it's a forgery. And they just do that sometimes by faith. They don't know all the facts and stats and figures. Someone is saying it's a 350 document. They're going by faith. And so you can't just go by handwriting on these. You've got to look at everything. And look, when they did the testing the other week with Nehemiah Gordon, people are saying, oh, even if they test it, you guys won't accept the date of it. And it's like, no, we are accepting the findings of Nehemiah Gordon. That's fine, because they're testing it scientifically. That's what we want to happen to these texts. We want them to be aged. We want them to be accurately represented. We don't want to go with falsehood. This is one of the reasons why we're crying out. Because, see, the thing is, it affects them way more than it affects us. Because we've already, regardless of whether they test them in their 350 documents, that would just make us go, oh, okay, they're old documents. Dean John William Burgon thought they were old documents as well. He wasn't saying they were forgeries. He was saying, okay, they're about that old. Okay, whether he's right or wrong, it's like, okay, he thinks that they're that old, but he's pointing out how they're just bad manuscripts. I mean, Marcion in the 2nd century, he was chopping and changing the word of God. I mean, he's the most written about guy in the early church that was corrupting the word of God. And you had to write a book against Marcion, or else you were sort of like a nobody. Everyone hated Marcion. Everyone hated what he was doing. But what if you found his text? Here he is deliberately corrupting the word of God, changing it, chopping it, and if you found his text, that would be old, wouldn't it? But it's not the accurate text. So the accurate text is the one that was in use. So the early church writers were quoting it. Many times you'll just find a verse and you'll find, so many early church writers writing about it and talking about it, mentioning it and all the rest of it. That is proof that it was genuine. When you find some weird reading in Sinaiticus or Vaticanus and it's not used, it's not utilized, it's a clear indication that this is a corruption.
That you just saw was me telling Danny Jones that he asked me a question. He said, what's the biggest misconception about the Bible that you think is going on? And I said, Mark's earliest gospel. Mark is the earliest gospel, and the earliest manuscripts of Mark do not have a physical return of Jesus in the flesh.
Okay, so what you see here, this is a concept in modern text criticism, that Mark is the original gospel and Matthew and Luke, they copied from these, okay? So this is quite common, and I think it's just rubbish. I think they were all eyewitnesses. Now, if you were following around Wes Huff, if you were a friend of his and, you listened to everything that he said, of course, if someone else is doing exactly the same as you, or someone interviews a bunch of people who were hanging around and gets a bunch of information that way, you're going to come up with very similar material, aren't you? So this is the thing, the whole concept. See, over the years, you've just had people throw out ideas like, oh, imagine if everyone just copied off Mark, or people will be doing parallel gospels. And so sometimes it'll go through a story and it'll say things just in a slightly different way, but then it'll have a whole chunk that's like the same. And they're like, see, he copied it from there. No, maybe it's the same story. And so, these type of things, the whole Q document, they think perhaps Matthew, Mark, and Luke were all copied from this mysterious missing, it's like a document that's just gone, but there's no proof of it. And so it's just a theory. So there are these theories that go around everywhere. I mean, you've got Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, critical text advocates. You got all sorts of different people coming up with theories. But it doesn't, like, sometimes people just go, well, that theory there is popular, so that's true. It's like, no, the whole concept that they all come from Mark. What this does, when you get rid of the last 12 verses of Mark, they're like, see, the resurrection doesn't appear in there. But it does, there are resurrection, there is a resurrection appearance, but not Jesus returning to the disciples, giving them, commandments, saying these signs will follow those who believe, etc., and all the things that he says in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 16, from verse 9. And that's what this guy's saying. So this guy's a Gnostic. He knows that this is the case. And so these are the problems that we bring up with these critical text guys all the time. We're like, well, you guys realize that you're actually feeding, the appetite of these Gnostics and these atheists, because you're saying that everyone copied Mark. But then you're saying that in Mark, there's no resurrection appearance, in a sense where there is a resurrection, but there's no resurrection appearances where he's coming back and talking to his disciples and all that, like he does in the other ones. So we think that that's sort of added. And then you've got these guys like Mike Licona just saying, well, the authors every now and then just added things. If Jesus said, I thirst, well, he's just... It's not actually Jesus saying that. It's just whoever's writing that gospel, they just went, well, I think Jesus was thirsty at that time, so I thirst, and they just added, so this is the type of thing that's going around, and that's happening in, pseudo-Christian circles. So what are the agnostics and atheists and other people going to do with the text? They're going to do the same thing. And so
it is left at the angels telling the women that he has risen.
What does that even mean, that he has risen at this point, right?
Right.
Because when you read Paul, as you and I have talked to several experts, Steve Mason, James Tabor, I just had Hugo Mendez on. I'm just echoing something here to say, they don't think there's a physical bodily resurrection in Paul.
Right.
It's a replacement body or a pneumatic body. It is not flesh and blood like Luke and John later do, but that's your point, is that's the conspiracy.
Right. Now, his response to me is interesting, because he starts off saying this is partly true, but misleading, but mostly false.
Yeah.
Now, the things that he says was mostly false, if you recall in that clip, was that the women were told that he has risen.
Mm-hmm.
However, he's lying. I told Danny Jones this. In the oldest manuscripts.
See, this is where, I don't even know if Wes Huff will watch this, because he's just boomed, so he's going to be at the Joe Rogan level of stuff. Where I think, probably 2 months before, he might have watched, stuff that I say. But I would just say to him, you got to watch your P's and Q's around these guys, because I've found Wes Huff saying stuff to me about the critical text and about the Textus Receptus and his videos on the King James, just to be really oversimplified and filled with error, where having people around you who know about these issues and have debated these issues for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, it's good to have them, to have those type of critics say that that's not true. What Wes usually does say with me, he just puts up a video or puts up a thing and he doesn't interact, where at least I mean, Mark Ward says he interacts, but then he blocks everyone. I'm just trying to think of someone who does interact. I mean, Elijah Hixson, I remember I had about 500 comments in this one thread with Elijah Hixson on Robert Truelove's old group, and I can imagine Robert Truelove, every time we posted, it was like a little ding, he just must have been like every 2 minutes, like ding, ding, and it was just going on for weeks. But at least we were able to interact. And so this is the thing. A lot of these guys cut out any voice that's coming against them. And I think having critics is one of the most powerful things that you can have in your life, because out of 10 comments, someone's going to say something that's interesting or something that's correct. and you always want to be polishing your sword. And so these guys, they're going to go through you like salt. They're going to go through you. And the thing is, I haven't seen Wes Huff being that accurate. Like, you know, obviously I'm in the whole arena of defending the Textus Receptus, defending the readings of the King James, and looking at the history of all these things. So I'm listening to for and against all the time. I'm doing mostly videos of people who are anti all the time. And some people, they have a well-crafted way of saying things. Some people they just say things that are just so ridiculously wrong that you put your hands in the air and go, that's ridiculous. Like I was talking about the guy this morning who just said the King James is based on 6 to 8 manuscripts. It's like, no, that's really bad. Sorry, man. And he's a good friend of mine. You know, we go street preaching. We used to street preach together quite a lot. And so I'm just like, man, that's so bad. You know, don't say these silly things. It's just like confidently saying, you know, 1 + 1 = 44. It's like, no, don't say that. And that's what I've found. Like Wes Huff has done this, you know, quite a few times with the issues that I know a lot about. And so I would just say to him what he, like, I guess in a way, what I would say for him to do is to get people to critique what he's doing. Even contact people. I would critique his work, go through it and say, hey, you're wrong here, you're wrong there, you know, or you're right here, or you could have said this a better way, or no, you're saying something that's said about Erasmus that's been disproven for 40 years now, you know, it's wrong. And, no, the amount of manuscripts was actually this, it's not that. And so anyway, let's continue.
The ones that are dated to like the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century, he doesn't come back. It literally ends tragically with the women weeping at the tomb. And the angels tell the women that he's risen, but they don't ever see him. He doesn't have to come back. So not only do I say that, not only do I say the thing that he says that I didn't say, so he completely leaves out me telling Danny Jones that the women are told by the angel that he has risen.
So this is partly true, but mostly false. You still have the angel looking at the women who came to the tomb saying, do not be afraid. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen.
So you see Wes telling his audience that I left this out as if I'm being dishonest and trying to sneak by and say the resurrection isn't implied in Mark.
So this is partly true, but mostly false.
Right.
Not only did I tell him about the angels, I even go farther. This is how fair I am. To be fair, in the Augustan period or the Flavian period, which is the 1st century,
right?
There was an ancient trope where if this is a big trope where a hero would die, like Hercules or something, and they would go to his tomb and his body was gone, and it meant that he rose to heaven. Whoever wrote Mark was basically saying this happened to Jesus too. So Wes lies about my take. Not only that, Wes had the audacity to make a video refuting me. I left a comment the day this video came out. As you can see on the screen right now, on the very right of him talking on Instagram is my reply, correcting him on what I said. He never responded to me. He's never acknowledged that I even responded to him. That doesn't benefit him.
Will you debate him?
Absolutely. And he won't. Okay. And I'm calling him out right now. I'm willing to debate you on this.
And so that's one of the things where Donny from Standing for Truth said that he was lining up Wes Huff to debate me, but then he backed out. And that was, I guess, a year and a half ago or something like that. But I'll debate Wes Huff on the issues of text, on whether the Textus Receptus is accurate or the critical text, or on Bible version issues, King James, NIV, ESV, etc. And so I'll debate him any day, anytime. Absolutely, because I know that I'll win. You know, it's going to be a cakewalk. But these guys are challenging him to debate just on their issues. And I think the thing is, like, I'm not saying that these guys are wrong in their in what they're saying at the end of the day. It equals this, it equals that. Just like Bart Ehrman is wrong. But what they're saying about Wes Huff is actually true. He's making claims about these guys, and they're saying, "Hang on, it's not true." Because I know Wes Huff he does this with the textual issues, and he's not like some people are really sharp with what they're saying. They're really careful because they've been at this game and debating people online for years and years and years, so they have to be really careful. But Wes is very, I wouldn't say he's just flippant, but he's probably, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, he's like a 6 sort of thing. There's room there for people to go, hey, no, you're misrepresenting this. And that's why I jump on his thing and I talk. But he rarely interacts. And sometimes if he does interact, I'll say a real doozy and he won't comment. It'll just be like, hasn't commented for 2 years, you know, instead of going, okay, well, that's an interesting point. Let's talk about that. Let's reconcile this. He's just sort of like, okay, I'm just going to move on and pretend that didn't happen, which is not a good thing, you know. So anyway,
topic
any day, anytime.
Anytime, and I think you're scared. That's so he's going to say I'm booked till 2029.
He told me he was
even though he can jump and do a Billy Carson debate on the spot.
Right.
Not me.
Or jump on a million apologetic channels to root around and just talk about how you kick the dead horse on the ground, who's, you know, obviously low-hanging fruit in terms of information. But your point is so ubiquitous. And we have several like, named from John Dominic Crossan who are sympathetic Christian-like thinkers to those whu are more, and even Delcy Allison Jr. would recognize this. Right. I mean, this is a common thing. It's only when you get apologetics that come in that you get this kind of defense. Richard C. Miller and several other academics have highlighted this trope, the translation fable. Your point, just getting into Mark again, which is super scandalous, and we see this problem as Matthew, Luke, and John and others are, Christians saw this and went, something's wrong here. This is why we get several.
Okay, so we're going to get their whole atheistic view of things. So I just want to show you one more thing to do with this. Okay, so I found the post that I really wanted to read as I was searching for ages, just looking at stuff. And so anyway, he has this video. How do we know when a word is archaic? Okay, so a few months ago, I did a video with Melissa Doherty where we talked about misconceptions about the Bible. Melissa asked me a question about the King James Version in which I quoted my good friend, Mark Ward. If you're not following Mark, and it gives a plug for Mark, okay. So this is what I asked before, and this is the information that I put up. I can't understand how archaism is considered so dangerous and destroys the meaning of the text, but apparently missing words like the 42 below somehow don't change anything. So that's the point that I was bringing up before. Look at halt, for example. It is considered a false friend, but what about all the missing friends? So John chapter 5, verse 3 to 4, and that's what I read through, you know, the blind, the halt, they're talking about that. But in the double brackets, all those words are missing in the NIV, ESV, etc. Halt is highlighted above, so there it is. But the 42 missing words are also in double brackets. Why is halt so bad, but 42 missing words are all okay? It seems like an unbalanced evaluation to me. And doesn't that make sense to you? Like if you had the works of Shakespeare and someone said, you know, to be or not to be, that is a question. Well, to be, is that to exist? Or, you know, it sounds archaic, the grammar's archaic, and you had to look up a word or whatever in Shakespeare. Now, or you had to understand grammar a little bit differently. What if it just didn't exist? It didn't say to be or not to be. It just was not there. Isn't that a problem as well? That's all I'm bringing out is that's an issue. Shouldn't that be an issue as well? Now let's see how this is replied to. Wes Huff says, Nick, I made a post dealing with John 5:4 only a few weeks ago. Your case of a missing friend is actually an added friend. So they say, oh, no, your King James added these words. Your Textus Receptus added these words. Not we've taken them away. You guys added them. Well, isn't that sort of the same thing, but just from a different angle? If someone's saying to me, well, has the Bible changed? And they're like, no, the Bible hasn't changed. And it's like, well, okay, let's look at the text they had, 400, 500 years ago. Let's look at this. And then we're seeing that there are changes. They're like, yeah, but you added these. It's like, yeah, but that means it's changed. And then he's not really dealing with the issue of whether it's important or not. He's just like, these are changed. Okay, so then I offer 3 replies. The New King James says omits, which means to be deleted. Okay. John 5:3, NU omits the rest of this. So that's why people say, oh, they use these harsh words like deleted and omitted. That's what the margins of these modern Bibles say. This is deleted, this is omitted, this is, So anyway, but that doesn't answer the question. Surely 42 omitted words or added words changes the text more than one archaic word. So regardless of which angle you're going to look at it from, surely 42 either added or subtracted means something, don't they? If he's saying halt me, it's got all this baggage and, you get rid of your King James, surely 42 missing words or added words means something. So either the people reading the King James have just got 42 added words, that's going to be problematic to them, or if it's original, there's going to be 42 missing words, that's going to be problematic to people reading the modern versions. So this guy said he saw the issue, and I said, he said it definitely does change it way more, which I think is why most translations make a point to clarify John 5:4 was not in the oldest manuscript. So here we go, Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, we've said they're the oldest, we've said they're the best, so we've got to go with them. It's like, just because something's old doesn't mean it's accurate. Sinaiticus and Vaticanus differ from each other 3,000 times just in the Gospels. So which one's the oldest and which one's the best? Okay, let's just say they are that old. I don't think they are, but let's just say they are. Which one's the best? The one with this wrong reading or this other one with another wrong reading? Sometimes Westcott and Hort don't go with either one of them. They have to go with the Byzantine text because these readings are so stupid. They're so dumb. They have the wrong location. They have the wrong genealogies. They have all sorts of mistakes that are so obviously wrong. Sometimes they put them in, sometimes they don't. But sometimes they have to go with the Byzantine text just to make it a balanced text. I said, so the logical conclusion would be to either reject modern versions that omit the verse or reject TR Bibles that add the verse. If we are to reject the KJV due to an archaic word, this issue is 1,000 times more compelling to accept or reject a Bible. But Ward claims it's a non-issue. So he's just like, it doesn't matter. Missing things don't matter. And this is like, let me look at this. If you type in Westcott and Hort magic marker, so this is not extensive. This is just showing you where some of the verses are chopped out. So it's got a strike through. So this has got the King James wording, but they're just striped out. So firstborn son, I went through the issues of that. It causes, maybe Mary had children before, but when it says firstborn, no, she didn't have children before. Or maybe she didn't have children afterwards. Maybe she's a perpetual virgin, and no, first means there would be a second, or else it would say only son. So that's just one word. It causes all these issues. Bless them that curse you, deleted. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, deleted. Of God, deleted. Jesus, of God, deleted in Wes Huff's Bible. To repentance, deleted in Wes Huff's Bible. Of the heart, deleted. Jesus saith unto them, deleted. Draweth nigh unto me with their mouths, deleted. So, O you hypocrites, deleted. Jesus, deleted. Look at these verses. Howbeit this kind goeth out but by prayer and fasting. Wes Huff's Bible deletes that. For the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost, deleted. And whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery, deleted. That is God, deleted. As it says, why do you call me good? There's none good, and that's God. So Jesus isn't saying he's not God here. Jesus is saying, why are you saying I'm good? Because he's the good shepherd. He's good. He's good. So he's saying there's only one good, and that's God. But Jesus was saying he was good too, all the way through. So he's saying he's God. that people read it wrong and think that he's not saying he's God. But when you delete that verse, it creates more confusion. Or when you delete those words, and whosoever is right, that shall you receive. It's gone. This is gone. Look, woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. And this is not an extensive list. This is just someone just going through, just showing what they feel is important. Immediately the fever, to repentance. Verily I say unto you, it should be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. He is risen from the dead, deleted, as the washing of pots and cups, deleted. For if any man has ears to hear, let him hear, deleted. Lord, deleted. In me, deleted. Where the worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched, deleted twice. And every sacrifice shall be seasoned with salt, deleted. Take up the cross and follow me. Just take up the cross is deleted. In the name of the Lord, deleted. Spoken by Daniel the prophet, deleted. Take heed, watch, and pray is deleted. And the cock crew, deleted. And the scripture was fulfilled, which saith, and he was numbered with the transgressors, deleted. Now, when Jesus had risen early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils, and she went and told them that had been with him, as they mourned and wept. And they, when they had heard that he was alive and had been seen of her, believed not. After that he appeared in another form unto 2 of them as they walked, and went into the country, and they went and told it unto the residue. Neither believed they him. Afterwards he appeared unto the 11 as they sat at meat, and upbraided them with their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they believed not them which had seen him after he was risen. And he said unto them, Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name they shall cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents. And if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. And they shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. So then, even after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven and sat on the right hand of God. And they went forth and preached everywhere, the Lord working with them and confirming the word with signs following. Amen. All of that is deleted in Wes Huff's Bible. Now, he has that in an ESV or an NIV or whatever, but it's got brackets around it saying it shouldn't be in there. And in the Greek text that he promotes, it's double bracketed, which means it's certainly not genuine. So James White says they're agnostic. Peter Gurry says they're apocryphal. But there you go. And even in this list, I'll just show you how, 2 will be in the field, 1 will be taken, the other left, deleted. East unto cast into the offering of God, deleted. They struck on him with the face, deleted. There's so many places, and this is not comprehensive. And look, that's the one that I pointed out. It's just one example. Okay. But look, they don't even talk about the woman caught in adultery here. In verse 8 of John, it goes from 6 to 11. Because they're just showing you a cursory, quick look through and saying, look at all these things that are deleted. Now, if you were to go through and show every place, I mean, this would be like 10 pages long, probably 20 pages long. There's so many errors. And so I thought I'd show you that. Now, so these guys are going into Mark chapter 16.
New endings, short ending, long ending, another ending. There's 3 endings that I know of. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, it's a bigger problem for the early.
So you notice he just put here, there are more endings as well. So this is the type of thing that you usually hear from Christian apologists. Oh, there's so many endings. This is, and sometimes like even the Pericope Adulterae is like, oh, it's a text floating around like a butterfly looking for a home, and it found a home there, So we should just delete it, And saying there's more endings, no, there's 2 endings. Okay, there is the Phreologion, which has the reading, but then it has some other additional information. And so there's only really 2. It's Vaticanus and Sinaiticus that don't have the 12 verses there.
that I know of. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, it's a bigger problem for the early Christians than we are even realizing today. At least the Christian apologists are willing to recognize. They have all these little loopholes to try and act and downplay it, bro.
Right.
And it's ridiculous. Your point is that, yes, it says he was risen. An angel said he's back, he's alive, he's deified. But like, what the mechanics, the metaphysics of that are?
Right. I'm granting that it's being implied in two different ways. I blatantly say that the angels told the women that he has risen. The angels tell the women that he's risen, but they don't ever see him.
Right.
He made it seem like I didn't say that.
But mostly false. You still have the angel looking at the women who came to the tomb saying, do not be afraid. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen.
That's strike number one.
That's dishonest.
Strike number two is I even go farther. I even go beyond that. And I start citing other tropes of the time period that Mark would have been aware of, that the audience would have been aware of, insinuating that there is some sort of resurrection happening. My point about being asked about Danny Jones, why I brought this to the table, is because most people do not know that Mark has added verses at the end. And not only that, the major point, if you actually go back to what I said and watch the Danny Jones podcast, the first thing I brought up was that Mark is older than Matthew. The reason why I brought up that Mark is older than Matthew is because...
How does he know that? That is just a theory. People who have time on their hands go and study these things all the time. And at the end of the day, there are many people who think Matthew was first. Many people who think Luke was first. There are many people who don't think that any of them were first, but they are all from a Q document. Then there's a lot of people who don't believe in a Q document. And so it's just a theory. So he's just going with the majority theory of people who follow the critical text.
The whole entire reason of me bringing this up is to me saying that the first time the story of Jesus gets told to a wide audience in Mark's gospel, in that text, there is no physical resurrection of Jesus coming back and talking to people or being touched by Thomas. My whole point is the church, all the churches today, whether it's Orthodox, Catholic, any Protestant church, the one thing that unifies them all, the main doctrine that unifies almost all Christians, is that you're almost required to believe that Jesus returned in the physical form.
Right.
If you don't believe that, you'll be labeled a heretic.
Your point, and this is exact.
So in other words, these guys are just pointing out what critical text people have problems with, which is if you follow the critical text and you do follow these type of concepts that Mark's the first gospel, then you have people like they're saying, where was Jesus with the flesh and all that, and talking to them, saying go into all the world, or is that just made up because they've copied it from Mark? Where did they get this other information from? And so they're actually playing into the hands of agnosticism, atheism, and doubters. And so this is the type of thing that Bart Ehrman will just bring up all the time.
Exactly why you don't get into the exact mechanics of what is implied, except the lack of evidence of what kind of resurrection this is. You are admitting that in some way the angel signified he is alive again. That doesn't mean flesh and blood. It never tells us this. And anyone who goes back into Paul and analyzes this from a critical standpoint, not from a dogma, not from a creed, not from my church told me I must work backwards from John and Luke who say, touch my body and eat this
not
fish.
Reinterpreting a vague text and try to get the interpretation that you want. We're talking about plain readings of the text, period.
Right.
It's kind of funny listening to these guys talk about how we're supposed to read the Bible, and they're just all over the place, and they're getting the worst of the text criticism guys. But the thing is, it is part of text criticism. They have to say, well, yeah, the last 12 verses aren't there. And so, anyway.
If you're a caveman that can read, and this text just falls to the ground from the heavens and you read it, how would you interpret? That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
There is no indication that Jesus comes back in flesh form.
Right.
Period.
Well, Paul, you could argue that in Paul too, right? So Paul's arguing something like this. Several academics we can list. Your point, to nail that down even just a step further in mentioning these other heroes, is the sign, the trope that you said is a common trope indicates that they have become deified. They may already be gods, but like he is, because of this, now getting rewarded into this actual, like Heracles, where his body goes missing. He is now went to Mount Olympus, and he is literally situated amongst the gods.
He's deified.
He's deified.
And Wes, you lied about me in this clip. You didn't show them me saying that the angel told him that he was risen.
But mostly false.
The angels tell the women that he's risen, but they don't ever see him.
That's a lie. And then I responded in the comments, and you never acknowledged it. That tells me what kind of person you are. And I think you, with Billy Carson lying about Sinai, I think this might be some projecting going on here.
Don't need the longer ending, which I personally grant is a later addition and was not original to Mark, to still have the resurrection. The resurrection is still very much in Mark's gospel.
All of that, he just says that I was somewhat true, but mostly false. He says all of that just to end up saying, I grant that the longer ending is not. You just granted my point. So what was mostly false about what I said? Nothing.
Right.
That was a complete misdirection. And then you end up covering yourself and saying, I grant that the longer ending is in Mark. However, it's definitely there because this, that, and the third. Look, I already went over this stuff about I'm granting that Mark is insinuating some sort of deification, resurrection happening. But you just granted my entire point. So what's mostly false? Nothing.
Right. As the scholars point out, and several have said this, that the idea of having a body was like ubiquitous. This is why he's not a phantom or a ghost. He has a body, but what kind of body? And when you say resurrection, this does not necessarily imply physical flesh and blood, as you can go to other deities who have these kind of resurrections. What are the mechanics of that? They will look at the clear passages of Luke and John and go, dude ate fish, dude ate bread, says touch my wounds, meaning he's already still got this the same body, but it's become somehow immortalized.
But we can't say that Mark wrote that.
No, and
you don't have that. Mark is the first gospel. That's the whole point of me bringing that up. Mark's first. This is important. And by the way, Celsus in the middle of the 2nd century, when he's criticizing Christianity, he says that he can't believe people believe he resurrected based on, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he says something along the lines of, all you're going off of is 2 women at the tomb being told by an angel that he resurrected, and we're supposed to believe that?
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that if so this tells me that Celsus had access to Mark's original gospel.
Right.
If Celsus was reading the longer ending, why would he say that? He would never say that.
Yeah. It would. For those who don't know,
That's
the longer
middle of the 2nd century.
Right. There's several different endings, but like in the longer ending of Mark, you're getting that beefed up theology that's later. And Wes admitted that's later, right? Your point about this is very powerful. And by the way, Mark doesn't say it's an angel. Matthew says it's an angel, but the way Matthew interpreted the young man with the linen cloth, the white robe in the tomb, is as an angel.
Right.
And maybe that was common knowledge to understand him as an angel. Either way, though, he doesn't call him that. I'm just making a point. I'm literally being pedantic.
Remember, an angel in its original context is just the word angelos, which means messenger.
Right.
So it's just a messenger showing up.
Right.
It could be he can have wings, he cannot have wings. We don't know. That's all later medieval depictions of angels. But I'm just saying, like, he doesn't necessarily. He can just look like a man, and that can be an angel.
Could, yeah, and that's how Matthew interpreted it. But I just wanted to be very careful, specifically just addressing that.
You made a solid point. And that, like I said, middle of the 2nd century, the critics of Christianity have no knowledge of Jesus returning. That to me, that's the game. That's game set.
That was one of the.
It's so hilarious, like, to listen to this. Because these guys they're not looking at any of the early church writings, which is they're filled with accounts of the last 12 verses of Mark. I mean, it's one of the easiest ones to defend. This is one of the places where, if you ever just sort of going through stuff and you want to win a fight, like just say, we're talking about Ephesians 3:9, and we're like, looking at koinonia or oikonomia, and looking at 2 or 3 words, and it's like, oh, okay. Or you're looking at Revelation 16:5, which I think is an absolute slam dunk once you know that issue. But there are some that are sort of like, okay, well, I can see it, but trying to make someone else see it, okay, that's going to be an interesting task. But if you just want absolute slam dunk, like, just going with a tip truck with a whole trailer load of horse manure and just dumping on their front lawn, go to the last 12 verses of Mark and just start looking at the evidence. I mean, there is so much evidence for it that anyone rejecting that evidence, it's like it's almost on par with flat Earth type of denial. That's how bad it is. And sometimes you think too, when you're going through certain scholarship, people who just say no, the last 12 verses of Mark aren't there, you tilt your head a little bit, and you just sort of realize that they probably, like, because some people they're arguing things, and you picture them sort of like a boxer. Okay, they're fighting, but then they just leave themselves wide open, and you're just like, you really haven't thought about that, have you? There's some of these bigger things, they're like, oh, I just accept it, or they've just watched one or two videos on it, and they're like, oh, that's good enough for me, and they move on. But they're arguing about, like, say, Wes Huff, this word incontinent doesn't mean the right thing, and halt, and this type of thing. And it's like, well, what about the last 12 verses of Mark? Well, they shouldn't be there. And it's like, okay, so why shouldn't they be there? Because Vaticanus and Sinaiticus don't have them. And that's it. 2 manuscripts. 1,637 manuscripts have the reading. They have the readings, the last 12 verses of Mark. And so I'm going to open this up. If anyone wants to jump on and talk about these issues, there's the link. Now, I can't promise you that I'll go on and on forever, but I've gone for 3 hours already. If anyone wants to join in and have a bit of a chat, feel free. Now, I'm going to go to the site KJV today. So, okay. So there's the link there. Should the longer ending of Mark be in the Bible? So the case for the longer ending of Mark, which appears as Mark 16, 9-20, in most translations, is believed to be spurious by many Bible translators and commentators today. Most modern translations footnote the passage, and the NIV 2021 prints the passage in italics, further indicating doubts as to its authenticity. The omission is supported by Aleph, 4th century, B, 4th century, and 307, 12th century, but that's questioned. And we won't go into that at the moment, or maybe I could. I'll look at that on the side. But most people just say, and critical texts say it's just a 2, when they're honest. When you listen to James Snap Jr., he's like, this isn't just a nothing burger. And Latin K, 4th, 5th century, okay? Cyrus Sinaiticus, so that's not the Sinaitic Greek document. This is in Syriac, a Sahidic manuscript, Armenian manuscripts, Nestle Aland, Novum Testamentum Graece, 27th Revised Edition, 2006. So that's what they're saying. Okay. Eusebius, early 4th century, and Jerome, late 4th century, appeared to know of many Greek manuscripts omitting the passage, but they nonetheless knew of the passage. So that's interesting. The longer ending is supported by W, 4th, 5th century, A, 5th century, C, 5th century, D, 5th century. So if you just wind them back a century, they're the oldest, all of a sudden. So that's why we want everything to be tested, because surely if you're in a scriptorium back 100 years ago and you've got the choice of making a manuscript, 350 or 450 or 550, the ones that have the readings that you don't really like are going to tend to be older, if you're not an honest scholar. And we have found that this type of thing does happen. Theta, 9th century, 33, 9th century, 2492, 14th century. The majority of all Greek manuscripts, Vulgate and part of the Old Latin translation, Cyrus Keratonianus, Syriac Peshitta, the Cyrus Harlenesis, the Boheric. So this is also from the 27th edition of the Nestle Alarm. Late 2nd century Irenaeus considered the passage as authentic, citing Mark 16:19 as follows. So this is in the 2nd century. Listen to this. Also, toward the conclusion of his gospel, Mark says, so then, after the Lord had spoken to them, he was received up into heaven and sits on the right hand of God, confirming what had been spoken by the prophet. The Lord said unto my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your foes your footstool. And so he's clearly saying that this is at the end of the Gospel of Mark, that he was received up into heaven. So this is against heresies, book 3, chapter 10, verse 5. For more on the external evidence for the authenticity of the longer ending, the following articles provide much detail. So we see James Snap Jr., who's not a King James advocate, and a guy called David Miller. Okay. So instead of reiterating most of the points in these articles, this page will provide additional information. So he's providing additions. So in other words, these articles, they go through it. Now I might just grab that one. I'll see. Okay, it's directed me. No, I've been blocked from that site. Never mind. It's probably just a dead site. So this is Codex Vaticanus. So the one I looked at before, I was like, is it 3 or 4 columns? Sinaiticus is 4 columns. Vaticanus is 3. So, but it has the space here. Sorry. That is... Okay. Yeah, Luke begins on a new page. Okay, so it's got down here, Mark, 16 there. This one is, this is the end of Matthew. Okay, so usually you see it's got a blank and then it starts, Mark here. Okay, so here we see that it's basically got a space where they could have easily just started Luke here, but they didn't. They started Luke on the next page. And there we see at the end of Luke, they cram it right down and start John. So it's not the usual practice to have this huge space, but they did that, and it appears in both of those manuscripts. And this is in John to Acts, so we see it there. So between Acts and James, it just has that one gap going on to the next page. And between James and 1 Peter, it doesn't have a huge, big gap. It just has this small little gap and then goes straight into it. So I think you get the point. He's just pointing out where these gaps appear in that particular manuscript. Now, when it comes to Codex Alexandrinus, as the guys from MythVision talked about, that's a whole nother kettle of fish. And so I won't go through any more because I think we get the point. Okay, so there's not a huge amount in this article. I thought there'd be more. So I might actually go to Brand Plucked, KJV articles. Let's look for Mark 16. This is the official James White Bible marker. That's what we see happening. Okay, so I'm going to read through this. Muslims use James White's own material. So some of this is going to be Will Kinney's personal views. I'm not saying I advocate for everything Will Kinney says, but we do land on the same page with our conclusion that the last 12 verses of Mark are genuine. Muslims use James White's own material, and so do MythVision and all these other guys. They're using this type of material to try and convince Christians that we do not have an inerrant Bible. James White says 1 John 5:7 and Mark 16:9-20 are forgeries. The video, only 9 minutes long, listen to 2 Muslims discussing this in the last 4 minutes. And so I won't go there, not necessarily because I don't want to, but because, My wife is in a majority Muslim country right at this moment, so sometimes you just got to watch what you're saying. The verses in question have been in every Bible we know about in history, in every language it was ever printed in, except for the liberal RSV that removed them, and then the NRSV that put them back in again. So even critical text versions like the ESV, NIV, NASB, and the modern Catholic versions keep these verses in their Bible versions, although sometimes in brackets or in smaller italicized letters. When you see the footnote, the oldest and best manuscripts omit, or the NIV footnote, the most reliable early manuscripts omit Mark 16:9-20, know that they are referring to Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. They're not referring to anything else but those manuscripts. They are considered oldest and best, two manuscripts that override everything and override the history of these, of the provenance of this reading. To see what these oldest and best manuscripts are really like, go here for some examples. And so he has, the oldest and best, and you go through them, and some of these readings are so ridiculous. When they're like, oh, they're the oldest and best, and you show them all these mistakes. It's just a label. It's like, it's an advertising blurb that they claim, oh, Textus Receptus is an advertising blurb. No, you guys have an advertising blurb saying that these are oldest and best. They are simply not. They are not the best. They are some of the most corrupted manuscripts on the planet. The confusion and doubt thrown upon these inspired verses of Scripture can be seen in the modern versions themselves. The RSV of 1952 actually omits all 12 verses from their text and places them in small, italicized letters at the bottom of the page. Then that new Revised Standard Version and the ESV, both revisions of the RSV, have put them back in the text in brackets and separated from the rest of the chapter with a note, some of the earliest manuscripts do not include 16:9-20. Some? I thought some meant several, not two. The NASB is interesting in that it continues to change from one edition to the next. The 1960 NASB brackets verses 9-20 and footnotes some of the oldest manuscripts omit. Then it adds another reading to Mark, addition, and they promptly reported all these things to Peter and his companions. And after that, Jesus himself sent out through them from east to west the sacred and imperishable proclamation of eternal salvation. So they're deleting one thing and adding something else. Then in 1972, the NASB omitted this alternate ending, but in 1977 they put it back in. Then in the 1995 they once again took it out. So this is the thing, follow the new Bibles. And so you're memorizing, you're teaching the kids, you're writing scripture songs. It's like, hang on, guys, I know you're halfway through going through that song. We've just deleted that verse. So, we just learned it. We've just spent 6 months going through it, and we're gonna record it this afternoon. Drop it. So it's so strange. The NIV 1978 edition draws a line between verse 8 and 9, and then notes, the most reliable early manuscripts and other ancient witnesses do not contain verses 9-20. But the 1984 Schofield NIV edition draws a line and separates these 12 verses from the footnotes. Verses 9-20 are not found in the two most ancient manuscripts, the Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, but it is quoted by Irenaeus Hippolytus in the 2nd century. So are Sinaiticus and Vaticanus the most reliable, or have they now been downgraded to the most ancient? Neither of which is true at all. They certainly are not the most reliable, neither are they the earliest manuscripts. And the thing is too, let's just say they are correct. That these are two of the oldest, most reliable manuscripts. That's all. That's what we've got in our hand today. That's lasted. Manuscripts, there would have been thousands and thousands and thousands of these manuscripts that are just gone in time. People were using them. I mean, a Bible that gets used today It just falls to bits after 10, 20 years. And so those manuscripts, just sitting on a shelf, would just turn to mush after like 100 years. And so the only reason why manuscripts were preserved in pristine condition is if they are in the sands of Egypt or something like that. Then there was hardly any moisture. They were preserved because there was no mold and mildew and things like that. And also they had to be hidden because people using them, putting their hands on them and manipulating them and copying them or whatever, that would destroy the manuscript as well. So even if you get a carpet that's like 200 years old, it just falls to bits. And so this is the thing. They're looking at what they've got in their hand now and going, that's all we ever had. That's why you go to the early church writers, you see what they were saying, and you're like, oh, they were quoting these 12 verses all the way through everywhere. And so, okay, let's look at this. But now the new NIV 2011 edition also has a line drawn between these verses and the others and tells us the earliest manuscripts and some other ancient manuscripts do not have Mark 16, 9-20. And then in smaller italicized letters, print the last 12 verses, thus creating serious doubt to their validity. So they've got a smaller font. So they have a line and then a bunch of small font, and they're like, oh, well, the earliest manuscripts and some other ancient witnesses don't have these. So that's it, They're talking about Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Doesn't it seem a tad unscholarly and hypocritical for the NASB, NIV, ESV to include these 12 verses in their Bibles and yet to omit thousands of words in the New Testament based primarily on the same two manuscripts? That's one of the things. Why is 1 John 5:7 just not there in the modern Bible? Why is so many other verses just deleted and gone, but they keep these ones? It's because when they did delete them in the RSV, there were howls from people because it's just such a big part of Scripture, and they're like, "Oh, you can't delete that." But I think most people don't realize how many other places are deleted from, are omitted, I should say. If they really believe they're not inspired Scripture, then let them take a solid stand on their mistaken convictions and simply omit them. And I say, yeah, do that. I'd rather they did that, because then it's easier to show people, well, those verses aren't in your Bible. And why would you walk around with the Bible and go, yay, I've got my Bible, and it's got apocryphal words in it. It's got 12 verses that shouldn't be in there, apparently. It's got the woman caught in adultery, another 12 verses there. Apparently Jesus said that story, but it's not original. It's not official. It's just another story Jesus said. It is by Jesus, but it's not worthy enough to be part of the gospel. Apparently, this is their official story, which is, you're handing a joint around and people are just, oh yeah, I think, maybe it's a floating butterfly story and it just landed somewhere. They smoked it. Instead of acknowledging that it's right in the middle of the Feast of Pentecost, you don't want this story right in the middle, smack bang in the middle, when you're doing like a lectionary type of cycle. That's why sometimes they grab the story and put it at the end of the book, because if you're reading through a gospel story, just say it's a Christmas story, do you want the woman with the issue of blood story to be right in the middle of it? It's like, no, we'll put that at the end or whatever. We'll read that later. And so that's what they were doing. The Feast of Pentecost is a very important feast in those churches. And so 15% of the manuscripts have that part taken out, but usually moved to somewhere else. And so sometimes they don't have the end of the book. So they're like, oh, it's just missing, but it's like, no, the case was they're usually putting it somewhere else, usually at the end of the Gospel of John, or they were moving it to the reading in October. So they had another, they were reading that specific story in October. So, but they don't keep sitting on the fence, but they don't keep sitting on the fence and sowing doubts as to the true words of God. Oh, wait, that's what they do anyway, isn't it? So, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, is this in or is this out? And people are like, well, make up your mind. Is it in or out? And it's like just causing doubt. And it's like, that's pretty much what they do with everything else. As to the manuscripts, there are none older than the 4th century. And the oldest two uncials, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, are without these 12 verses. All the others, consisting of some 18 uncials and some 600 cursive manuscripts, which contain the Gospel of Mark, contain these 12 verses. There are also some very curious irregularities with both Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. As Dean Burgon testifies, the Vatican manuscript has only one blank space in the entire manuscript, and it's here at the end of Mark 16:8. He says it is amply sufficient to contain these verses, the column in question being the only vacant one in the whole manuscript. The traditional text of the Holy Gospels, volume 1, page 298. So he's pointing out that in Vaticanus, when it comes to those things, as was lined up on the KJV Today's site, you can see where he's taken photos to prove that that's the case. If you go to other manuscripts, of course, it's not the case. As for Sinaiticus, according to Dean Burgon's pages, 298 to 299, even Tischendorf, who apparently discovered this codex, believed this whole section was originally cancelled out and written over by a different scribe than the one who wrote most of the manuscripts. Suddenly, the letters in the columns become much larger than at any other place in the codex, either before or after. Dean Burgon points out that if the letters had been written in the normal size, there would be ample room for these missing 12 verses. And so that's an interesting thing. Someone like James Snap. So I'll just show you his website, the Text of the Gospels. Now, oftentimes he's got pictures. I'll see if I can find one just by clicking through here. No, it's not on there. Here, where he's actually gone through, he's gotten the letters from the surrounding parts, and he's put in there the last 12 verses, and they fit perfectly. And they're the same size, and he's got the verse numbers there so you can go through it. So that's interesting, isn't it? So it does fit in there. Maybe something happened there. Okay. And for this reading, gar, which is for, usually it means because. Why would you have, because or for or a causation there when there's nothing afterwards? And so see the traditional text of the Holy Gospels, page 298, 299, the last 12 verses of Mark. Even the United Bible Society's Nestle Alarm critical text apparatus show the overwhelming textual evidence that exists for the inclusion of these 12 verses. They are contained in the majority text of all remaining Greek manuscripts, including ACDC, ACDK, and other uncial capital letters copied. They are found in the Old Latin, and so I won't go through all that and just bore you with Ethiopic, Gothic, blah, 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 blah. In lots, And when we're talking about the Greek, we're only talking about 2 manuscripts don't have these verses. 1,639, that's my last count, have the reading, the last 12 verses. Okay. As to the versions, okay, so I'll sort of skip through this because it's got a lot of technical information, but if you want to read this article for yourself, I'll put it here. The Syriac, the Latin versions, including Jerome, the Gothic version, the Egyptian versions, the Armenian, Ethiopic, Georgian, and then we're looking at the early church writers. So whatever may be their value as to doctrine and interpretation, yet in determining actual word and form or sequence, their evidence, even by an allusion as to whether a verse or verses existed or not in their day, is more valuable than even manuscripts or versions. There are nearly 100 ecclesiastical writers older than the oldest of our Greek codices, while between AD 300 and 600 there are about 200 more, and they all refer to these verses. Okay, so Papias refers to verse 18. Okay, Justin Martyr 151 to verse 20. Irenaeus 180, he remarks on verse 19. Irenaeus quoted Mark 16:19 in Against Heresies, chapter 10. Hippolytus 190 to 227, he quotes verses 17 to 19. Vincentius 258 quotes 2 verses at the 7th Council of Carthage held under Cyprian. The Acta Pilati. So I won't go through and just try and say some of these weird names, but you can see Chrysostom, Jerome, Augustine. So it goes throughout time here. There's a lot of people saying that these are genuine. They're quoting these things. So this has got to be taken into consideration. What are they quoting? How come they're quoting it? Why aren't people saying, oh, hey, this is not genuine? And then you've got the whole issue. It's a blank space in Vaticanus. So I just went through the KJV Today website and we looked at that. But John MacArthur does not believe that 12 verses are found in Mark 16:9 to 20, that they're inspired and should be in our Bible. And so James Snap, he does some very good refutations of that. And also, the text of the Gospels, James White in the ending of Mark. So he critiques James White there. So I'll just open that page for you so you can see it. James White in the ending of Mark. I'll put that in the comments there so you can go and check that information out for yourselves. And all that information is there for your understanding. You can click on Mark 16:9 to 20. You can look at some other things there. All that information is there for you to look at. Maybe I'll just quickly read through this. What John MacArthur and so many other Bible agnostics miss in their objections to Mark 16:9 to 20 is that they are not paying close attention to what Jesus actually said, and they are reading things into the text and making assumptions that are not there. When Jesus says, and these signs shall follow them that believe, in my name they shall cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing it shall not hurt them, and they shall lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. The Bible critic assumes that Jesus said these signs would follow all generations of believers. Okay, so that's where I would disagree. I believe they do follow all generations of believers because I'm not a cessationist. But he didn't say that. Christ said these signs will follow those who believe, and they did. So I guess what he's saying is, okay, in the book of Acts, this is what happened. And I would agree with that, but I believe that it's a continuation of that. But it does not mean that they will continue to be shown this way until the second coming. Okay, so that's where I guess this is one of the most common objections. So James White goes, oh, what? So you're going to be a snake handler, are you? Oh, what? So you're going to drink poison? Okay, here's some poison, drink it, And so they say this type of goofy stuff and trying to just sort of discredit the position instead of still meaning a position, which my understanding, if I was to debate James White and he was to say, okay, where is this happening? What is the continuation of this today? I would say, well, these signs shall follow them that believe, if you believe, because this happened to the people in the book of Acts. Okay, in my name, they will cast out devils, and so casting out demons is a very common thing. If you're praying for sick people, going through hospitals, praying for people. I was just in Pakistan. We prayed for hundreds and hundreds of people, probably way over 1,000, maybe even thousands. We were just praying and praying constantly, just praying in groups of us. So probably not thousands, probably maybe I guess 500, 700. Sometimes we're just praying for like an hour and a half, just constantly praying. And so my name, they shall cast out devils. Okay, so they shall speak with new tongues. The supernatural sign of speaking in tongues is spoken of in Acts chapter 2, Acts chapter 10, Acts chapter 19. It's talked about 1 Corinthians chapter 14 and chapter 12. And so that's, to me, that's not something that's passed away, faded away. I know a cessationist, they use 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 8 to say, no, it's ceased. I think it will cease at the coming of Christ, not now. but that's not usually what they're arguing against. Casting out devils, speaking in tongues. They're like, okay, but usually these are the two that they argue against. Okay, they shall take up serpents. Now, in the Bible, the devil is called the serpent in Genesis chapter 3. So the whole concept of a serpent being the devil it's not like an uncommon theme. But all you have to do is go to Luke, and it says, they shall tread on serpents and scorpions and all the power of the enemy. It's not talking about actual serpents, actual scorpions. So that's why I don't believe this this verse actually is even talking about when Paul got bitten by a snake. I think he got bitten by a snake and he was healed from that. I don't think it's even he's holding up a snake or something, ridiculous like that. He just got bitten by a snake. Now, a lot of people, they point to that and go, see, this is a fulfillment of that. Well, when you look at everything else, it's very common. These signs shall follow those that believe. So it's not like, well, did Peter get bitten by a snake? Did James? No one. It doesn't say anyone else. So it would be a common theme. Like, imagine if it's like, how are you going to identify a Jehovah's Witness? Well, they're going to be wearing a suit and tie. They're going to be holding Watchtower magazines. They're going to be knocking on doors. Common things that they would be doing. You know what I mean? Not, hey, these are signs. This is Jesus. Hey, if you want to find the true believers, watch for these signs. Paul on a remote island where, in the middle of nowhere is going to be bitten by a snake. It's like, and that's not even said to people who know the Bible or anything. They didn't even know the Bible. They were superstitious and like, well, he's a god apparently, and all this sort of stuff. So it's obviously for believers to go, okay, who's actually really believing the scriptures? They shall take up serpents. I mean, obviously that's supernatural demonic powers. You have dominion and power over them. We shall have dominion and power over serpents and scorpions and all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. So then it says, if you drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. Okay, if they drink any deadly thing, it will not hurt them. Now, is this talking about, I'll just go straight to the cupboard, drink some Omo or Ajax or poison and acid and I'm fine, I've heard people say this, it's ridiculous. Understanding the whole concept in the Bible of drinking, even Jesus, when he's in the Garden of Gethsemane, he's like, Father, take this cup away from me. Nevertheless, I'll drink it. And why is he saying that? Because the whole concept of drinking in was to do with martyrdom. Okay. Now, when you look at the two disciples, they came to Jesus. Well, they sent their mum. Mum's like, can they one sit on the right hand, one on the left? And he's like, look, you guys don't know what you're asking. Are you able to drink the cup that I drink? And they're like, yeah, we can do that. They have no idea what they're talking about. He says, you will, because after the Holy Spirit's poured out and they got strengthened in their faith, they did get martyred. And so they were able to drink that cup. But Jesus is like, he's like looking at kids like, yeah, we can do that. We can clean our rooms. It's like, no, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. But he used this language, drinking in. Are you able to drink? So it's talking about martyrdom. Just read it slowly. If they drink any deadly thing, if they take in, like Jesus drank in death, the Garden of Gethsemane, he wasn't literally holding a cup, was he? He was praying. Imagine him with no cup in his hand. He's saying, take this cup away from me. Which cup's he talking about? The cup of martyrdom. And so if they drink any deadly thing, it won't hurt them. Jesus said, not a hair on your head will perish. How does that happen? What happens when you're a missionary couple in India and you get burnt to death with your children in the car? Not a hair on your head perishes. Well, what do you mean? You get a resurrected body. And so that's what it's talking about. So, and then it says, and they shall lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. So it's clearly talking about, you pray for someone, they get healed. So, thankfully, this Wes Huff, he's talking about, I was in a wheelchair and I was healed. One of my best friends, not a best friend anymore, but he was in a wheelchair for quite a long time. And when he got saved, he got delivered, and he was a pastor for years outside of a wheelchair. So, and that was his testimony. I got healed of this disease. So, whoops, I better stop that. Sorry about that. I'm like Joe Biden. I don't know where the bells are ringing and where they're not. No, sorry. I will block. Sorry about that. Someone just decided to call me right in the middle of a video. Obviously, they don't know I'm doing a video. So I had one Facebook page open. Yeah. So anyway, I'll work out that later. Now, where was I? Let me just read through this. It says, "These signs shall follow them that believe." Okay. So where are the Christians? Regardless of whether you think it's in the Book of Acts or whether it's today, let me just read through how I read this. They're going to be casting out devils. In the name of Jesus, get out. That's what Jesus did. That's what they did in the Book of Acts. They'll speak in new tongues. That's what happened day of Pentecost. In the Book of Acts, chapter 10, Cornelius' household. Acts 19, John the Baptist's disciples. So they're going to be doing that. So there are a whole bunch of wacky groups that claim to do this today. I think that it is a genuine thing, but I think there are a lot of places where it's just weird. Where you got Benny Hinn slapping your head and you're falling over and you're shaking. Where's that in the Bible? No, most of these groups, you get sort of lumped in with these groups. I have nothing to do with them. I have so many books up here that I've been promoting since the 1990s against Benny Hinn, against Kenneth Copeland, against the Toronto Blessing, Pensacola Outpouring, Lakeland, blah, 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 exposing all those guys. But if I say I believe I'm a continuationist, people just go, well, you're part of them. And it's like, sorry, don't pigeonhole me. Judge me according to what I believe, not according to what those clowns and jokers and false prophets and devils believe. Okay. They shall take up serpents. And so this is talking about spiritually. They shall tread on serpents and scorpions and all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt them. If they drink any deadly thing, martyrdom. Well, this is obviously a sign that follows those who believe. Just read the Fox's Book of Martyrs. It won't hurt them. And they shall lay hands on the sick and they'll recover. So we should be praying for the sick. Even Martin Luther, for one of the days of the year, he had scriptures for every day of the year for Lutherans to follow, and one of them is actually, they shall lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. No other part of the verse, just that part. So Luther was saying that. King James actually prayed for 120 people one day, and it said that they all got healed. It's quite interesting. What you find in the Reformation, people weren't as cessationist as they are today. I'm reformed, I'm cessationist sort of thing. Many people weren't. So anyway, I'll just sort of go through that. That's about it, I think. So yeah, we believe this. So Will, writing this article, he obviously doesn't believe, he's not a continuationist, doesn't believe that this applies to us today. I believe that it does apply to us today. So I'm going to drop that down. I think that's about all that I really want to say. Now, I'll put back up the offer. If anyone wants to join and have a chat about this, feel free. I'll leave that offer open for, say, another 5 minutes. I'll shut a few of these things down. And I'll sort of summarize what I've been trying to get at. So, yeah, the guys from MythVision, atheists, agnostics, they're going to be arguing about all this other stuff, but it's actually not even arguing about something that Christians believe that is true. So it's sort of like, imagine if Wes Huff believed in Santa Claus and these guys are like, that's silly, They're arguing about something that's not even relative. Like the whole concept of Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, they should just be rejected. That they've got so many poor readings in them. unfortunately, these guys, oftentimes, where are they going for their information? They're going to people like Bart Ehrman. But Bart Ehrman, he is not that far from these guys. So oftentimes these guys are cut with the same cloth. And so, yeah, as I said, most of these guys would say you should get rid of those verses because of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. So they're not looking at all the early church writers. But then you got people like Maurice Robinson, James Snap Jr., who do get some respect from these guys because they're not King James only. Well, James White calls them King James only in his second category of what a King James onlyist is, which is amazing. They're just a category error. But these guys, they're just following the academy. I don't think they're really thinking for themselves. It's a bit like when you're debating with a Jehovah's Witness. You're not actually debating someone who is a free thinker. When you're debating a Jehovah's Witness, you've got to understand that they have jw.org, implanted into their mind, okay? Their mind is just going, defend JWs, defend Watchtower, defend New World Translation, defend. So that's all they're going to do. If you attempt to get them to think for themselves, they'll start thinking for themselves. You go, error in system. Go back to jw.org. That's what they'll do. So these guys are actually not free thinkers. They're just defending their position, the critical text position, because they think that if you're not part of that group, then you're in a cult. So you're either like a weird sort of, stray cat like Maurice Robinson or James Snap or whatever, or you're in a cult, you're a TR guy. You don't want to be a TR guy. You won't have a job with these guys for starters. I'd just say any one of these guys, if they become a Textus Receptus person, like say Peter Gurry, he would lose his job straight away. They wouldn't have him on the board anymore. Mark Ward, if he's like, oh, actually, I'm a TR guy from now on. Like people would be like, but you've been saying against this for so long, and like you would get howls against him. James White, any of these guys, if they started free thinking, if they moved from one position to another, they would just be completely written off. Just like Hank Hangraft, I'm going to become a Greek Orthodox guy. They're just like, whatever, dude. See you later. They would do that to someone who's a TR person. And so that's a lot of pressure on people to not be a TR person. That's a lot of motivation for people to go, I'm going to be an apologist and I'm going to be against those things. And every now and then I'm just going to throw something out there just to prove that, hey, I'm not one of those King James guys. I read my ESV faithfully and I love Westcott and Horde, or I better not say that. I love Tyndale House, whatever one they're going with. But yeah, this is going to cause some solutions and some problems, just like with Answers in Genesis. I remember back in the day, always people were saying, I wish someone would build a replica of the ark to scale so they could show the world how big the ark was, how they could fit all the animals on there, all this sort of stuff. And then when Answers in Genesis did that, we were all like, yeah, that's fantastic. Good on you guys. Right into it. But then it's, Answers in Genesis have, great material, but then they're always just in their bibliology, going to the critical text, strongly going to James White, footnoting, Dan Wallace and these other guys. And it's like, guys, and so when you talk to TR people, King James people who are creationists, which most of them are, young earth creationists. So some of them, climb to the top of their group and they're doing lots of creationist work and all the rest of it. They would never be accepted because they're TR people, TR only people who are in a cult. As James White said, just beware of these people. They'll split your church. They'll cause problems, blah, blah, blah. And so Wes Huff, his interview with Joe Rogan is going to go viral. Lots of people are going to talk about it. I'm going to be talking about it with lots of people. It's going to cause hundreds of videos to be done by different people, by atheists, agnostics, Joe Rogan fans, Wes Huff fans, Wes Huff haters, all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, if you could stand out the front of a Billy Graham crusade and with a sign that just said, hey guys, yes, Billy Graham preaches a simple gospel, believe in that gospel, believe in the words of Jesus, but just be careful of his affiliation with the Roman Catholic cult. Be careful of his views on hell. Be careful of his views on, atheists and Muslims already being saved and not realizing it. All this type of thing. If you could just have a list, it'd probably be more than a billboard. You probably need 50 billboards with all the false doctrine, or if you had a booklet, just like, hey, look, good on you guys, read this later, or maybe they go in and when they're coming out, it's like, that's great, you become saved. Look, just be careful, Billy Graham, that's the thing, what I'm saying with Wes Huff. Okay, yeah, great. Follow a lot of what he's saying. But when it comes to bibliology, just like with Answers in Genesis, they throw out their bibliology and just adopt what James White's saying, what Dan Wallace is saying, Peter Gurry, these other guys. They follow their teaching, which leads to doubt, which leads to deleting verses like the last 12 verses of Mark, which cause atheists and agnostics to poke holes in their Christianity. And it leads them down a road to Bart Ehrman. And so, anyway, I think I've said enough. I don't think anyone wants to join. I guess most people are doing countdowns around the world. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon here. And so I'm going to leave. And I don't think there's anything else I need to say. Yeah, I'll probably finish my Nehemiah Gordon on the dating of Vaticanus distigmai. I'll probably finish that video next. I know it's a little bit of a boring video for those who don't like the geeky sort of things, but I just feel like I want to read through that and bring attention to it. But apart from that, I think that's about it. So God bless you guys. Have a great new year. And we will see you next time.